All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to start this meeting now, if we could, please. So if you could find some seats and join us. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to be here in Everett on this fine June afternoon. Today's Wednesday, June 25, 2014, and as you all know, this is a public hearing before the Massachusetts Gaming Commission relative to the application for a Category 1 resort gaming license submitted by Wynn Massachusetts, LLC. My name's Jim McHugh, and I'm one of the commissioners. To my right is Commissioner Gail Cameron. To my immediate left is Commissioner Enrique Zuniga, and to his left is Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, and the four of us will be presiding together at the hearing this afternoon. Everybody knows where we're located, but I have to read this anyway. We're located at the Everett G. Connolly Center at 90 Chelsea Street in Everett. We're here in Everett today because this is the host community for the Wynn proposed establishment. This is where the resort casino would be located if the applicant is awarded a license by the Commission. As you may know, the Commission has authority to issue only one Category 1 license in each region of the state, and this part of the region, this part of the state, I should say, is located in what's known as Region A. Aside from Wynn, there's one other applicant vying for the license, and that applicant seeks to build a casino in Revere. The public support for proposals, or the lack of public support, is a critical factor that the Commission will evaluate in making the ultimate license decision. And accordingly, your presence here today and the written comments you've submitted will play a pivotal role in that decision. Thank you for being a part of this process. I should add that the Commission before today has received numerous comments in writing, close to 1,000, I think, and we've read them all, and we'll continue to read comments that are submitted after this hearing concludes. So if you have something to say, weren't able to say it today, or didn't want to say it today, please feel free to send us your comments in writing to the Commission's at the address posted on the website. Before we actually start the public hearing, I'd like to lay out the processes and the rules that we're going to follow for the next few hours. The hearing, which is provided for by Section 17 of Chapter 23K of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 118.05 of the Commission's regulations, is intended to provide the Commission with the opportunity to address questions and concerns relative to the applicant's proposal to build a gaming establishment as those plans and proposals were set out in its application. The application itself is posted on the committee's website. The inquiry may include topics related to the scope and quality of the gaming area and the amenities, the integration of the establishment into the host and surrounding communities, and the extent of required mitigation. Additionally, the Commission will receive input from members of the public from any impacted community. Now, we know from past experience that these proposals arouse strong feelings, pro, I should say, and con. And we're here today to listen to both and to listen attentively. We are not here to engage, and there won't be examining or cross-examining or interacting in many ways with the people who testify. But it would be helpful to understand that for those who favor the Wynn Everett proposal, it would be most helpful to us to hear why, what it is about the proposal that particularly attracts you and why you favor it. And for those who oppose it, the same question. Why? Remember that in addition to granting or denying a license, we can impose conditions on the license that we grant. And in fact, in the two licenses we've granted thus far, one actual license and one agreement to grant a license, we have imposed extensive conditions and are prepared to do so to the extent we deem appropriate in this region. The format we follow is this. First, we'll hear from the proponents, the Wynn Mass LLC applicants and their team, and the Everett officials who wish to address us about the content of the proposal and how it affects the town, the city. And during that phase, there may be some questions by the commissioners. We did, before the hearing began, ask Wynn to provide answers to a number of questions in writing. They've done that. And whether or not we address any of those questions here today, the questions and the answers will be posted on our website so that everybody can see what we asked and what answers we got. We anticipate that there'll be a maximum of about an hour for that process. And then everyone else who wishes to speak will be delighted to hear from. We'd ask, and do more than ask, I guess, we're going to require that you confine your remarks to 4 minutes. We have a clock up here that will count down the time, and we've got a terrific timekeeper who ensures that the clock is running smoothly. And we do that. We pick the 4 minutes, not arbitrarily, but when we started out these hearings, we didn't have any time limit and found ourselves going late into the night when, frankly, it wasn't good for the people who were speaking to us, and it wasn't good for us. So we imposed some time limits of about 5 minutes at one set of hearings and found that everybody finished in about 4. So that's how we got the 4. It's not an arbitrarily picked number. We'll hear from elected or appointed officials first. They're out many nights, and they sometimes have more than one commitment on an evening. So we'll hear from them first. And then I'll call the names of those who signed up over the internet in the order we received them, and then those who signed up at the door in the order that we received them. In an effort to keep things moving, I'm going to call a couple of names at a time so that we can have somebody in an on-deck chair ready to move into the speaking position when the previous speaker finishes. Using that procedure, as I said, I'll call people who signed up at the door as well. We'll proceed until 8 o'clock. We posted this hearing from 4 to 8. Again, that's from experience. When we started this process, we didn't have a time limit, and by 11:30 on a couple of nights, nobody was any good. So we decided to have a stop at 8 o'clock. And there are about 50 names on our sign-up list. I think we can get through those. But if we don't, if we can't finish tonight, rest assured that we'll come back and we'll listen to and hear from the people who we are unable to reach tonight. We'll pick a date. We'll let you know of that date. We'll come back, and we'll be delighted to hear you then. In any event, we'll be here once again, probably August 12, and we'll pick that date soon, to close this hearing and hear from those who wish to speak about any significant development that may have occurred between now and then. This is a hearing that's required by statute. We're not going to close it tonight. We'll come back at least one more time, probably, as I say, on the 12th, and close it then. Notice of all the future hearing dates will be provided to the Everett City Clerk and will be posted on our website. The Commission must take action on the Wynn application, both Region A applications, between 30 and 90 days from the date that the hearing is closed. So that's the end of the introductory remarks. Let me turn now to begin the proceedings, if I might, to Mayor Di Maria for a brief welcome, and then we'll come back to you later.
Thank you, members of the Commission, for coming here to the City of Everett. Hopefully you got here easily into our community, and we're very happy and proud to have you here with us this afternoon. I want to thank everyone who's behind me, the members of the City of Everett and all our elected officials and my family and friends who supported this initiative for our city since a year ago today, when 87% of the city of voters on that day voted in favor of this proposal. Again, welcome to the City of Everett, and I hope we have a great spirited conversation on why it's important that the City of Everett wins a license to cite the Wynn Everett here in the City of Everett. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Robert DeSalvio, the Senior Vice President from Wynn Development.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Bob DeSalvio, Senior Vice President for Wynn Resorts Development. Very happy to be here today. And before we go much further, I have a few thank yous I'd like to get in as well. First of all, Mayor, thank you very much for having us here today, and most importantly, for the warm welcome you've given me and my family since I've come to town in March. Your city team has been terrific. From Jamie on down, they've welcomed us, they've helped us through this process, and we couldn't do it without you. So again, thank you very much, Mayor. Next, thank you. The Everett High School students were here today. They provided all the culinary for today, the serving, the cooking, and the preparation. We've used them at other events before. The Everett Band was here, and we're going to probably hear from them, I know, at the July 4th celebration. So a big thank you to the Everett High School team. I'd like to thank them. The commission itself, thank you for coming to town to hear what we have to say. We think we've got a terrific project, and we're going to tell you why in just a few minutes. And then, Matt, you know, I've thanked you privately, but now I'd like to thank you and Mr. Wynn publicly for giving me this opportunity to lead this project. I am so happy to be here. I think this is a wonderful project, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So thank you, Matt. And the biggest thank you of all, the Everett residents who came out today to support us. Thank you. And of course, all our friends from the surrounding communities. We have had a terrific welcome here, and it was because of them that we've got this project this far along. With that, I want to start. I do have to correct a little bit of the record. Last night, you heard a few things that bothered me a little bit and might have been a little unsophisticated and definitely some untruth. So in the course of my remarks, I'm going to take that opportunity to sort of set the record straight. I just wanted to get that in there. I'm going to start, before I get into the actual project update, I want to spend a few minutes talking about my background because I think it's actually very relevant to today's discussion and why we believe the Wynn Resorts application is the best for this region. I began my career in the gaming industry in 1979 in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I spent 18 years in that particular market, which was probably one of the most tough, competitive markets that you can find. And the Northeast market, as you know, has gotten more sophisticated and more competitive as the years have gone on. I started with Caesars, I spent time with Bally, and then 14 years at the Sands, ending up as Executive Vice President of Marketing. Marketing is really my main background. I've been in operations, but probably spent more of my time in marketing. And when you get into an operation and it requires sophisticated, thoughtful, competitive marketing, I think you need somebody in an organization who can lead that charge. And I feel that those years in Atlantic City gave me a good footing for that. I then went on and spent almost 10 years at Foxwoods in southeastern Connecticut. Again, I think very, very relevant to today's discussion. At the time I was at Foxwoods, 42% of our business came from eastern Massachusetts. I know the market. I know how to market up here. I know a lot of customers in this area, and I think that background will suit Wynn Resorts very well, and it's time well spent. I was a resident of North Kingstown, Rhode Island at the time that I spent in Foxwoods. And then after that, I moved on with Las Vegas Sands Corp to go to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I was there, I was the first employee of the company in our Bethlehem operation, and we did the demolition work. We remediated the old Bethlehem steel site. Again, a very interesting kind of comparison to what we're doing up here with the Monsanto plant. We took the old Bethlehem steel site, which was a very tough site to deal with, and we turned that into a magnificent integrated destination resort. Also operating in one of the most competitive markets out there, eastern Pennsylvania, competing with the likes of Penn and Mount Airy and Parks and Harrah's down in Philadelphia, and the Atlantic City casinos and Resorts World in New York. So a time very well spent there learning not only how to take a challenging site and remediate it, but also how to market again in a very tough environment. So that collective background, I believe, is why Matt and why Mr. Wynn were interested in having me join the team. And I feel that, quite honestly, if I have to say it myself, there's no better person probably qualified to deal with the competitive nature of these markets than the gentleman that you're looking at right now. Thanks. I now want to talk about community support. I'm very proud to announce that we've got 8 community agreements completed. We've got Everett, we've got Medford, Malden, Chelsea, Somerville, Cambridge, Lynn, Melrose. Our team has done a great job before I even got here, long before I got here, the team went out and started those relationships, and we've been able to bring those agreements now to fruition. As the mayor mentioned, 1-year anniversary this week of that amazing vote, 87% positive vote, and that is an amazing feat. I mean, you think in today's political world how hard it is to get 87% vote for just about anything. And so we have been just so pleased that we've got such great community support here. We have over 600 businesses. Over 600 businesses have signed cards of support for the project, and we intend to live up to that commitment. It's a two-way commitment. They agree to support our project, and we agree to make sure that we're going to be a good partner as well and send business their way. So that's a number we're very proud of. We have more than 80 local community groups that we've met with for the entire time. I know that it is very important for us to get around. We're going to continue to have that list grow as we get closer to the award of the license. But we've been active and very busy. And I'm also proud to announce I've got my first meeting next Monday, June 30th, with the lottery. I know the lottery is going to be a great partner of ours. I worked very closely with the lottery in Pennsylvania, designing promotions that were mutually beneficial so that we could promote the lottery and in turn also drive traffic to the integrated resort. So I'm looking forward to that first meeting on Monday. As far as mitigation go, our story is unparalleled. We are the applicant as far as mitigation goes in this neck of the woods. We have and I'll use the term FEIR. For those that are not familiar with the term, it's the final environmental impact report. It is the most important step in your environmental mitigation plan. We are filing that report definitively on Monday, June 30th. And it is the last step that we are going through. Our team, led very ably by Chris Gordon, and all of our consultants have worked for the better part of a year and a half to get ready for that filing. Hundreds and hundreds of letters have been addressed. It is a complete mitigation plan. And so with the filing of that on Monday, we expect to receive the Secretary's certificate sometime in August, around August 15th. We've had positive environmental comments received from the Mass Audubon Society, the Mystic River Watershed Association, the Boston Harbor Association, just to name a few groups. And as far as correcting the record, I want to make sure we get this on the record tonight. Our plan is a comprehensive and detailed strategy for remediating the site. We did not request any regulatory changes for our remediation plan. Any changes that were done before we had the land options on our site. And I think it's important to know that. We didn't request any changes or any waivers. And our Phase 4 remediation will allow for a child care facility on the site. So again, I want to just make sure that the record reflects that. As far as our in-depth transportation presentation, we made that last Friday. I think that plan was very well received, and it's a $50 million private investment to make sure that every impact that we had is going to be mitigated along the way. And we continue to have great ongoing discussions with the MBTA. As you know, they are the landholder right next to us, and their land contains the preferred access option. We're very far along in our discussions with them and look forward to successful completion of that negotiation. So I think you've got really, we're miles apart from our competitor in terms of where they stand. I know at the hearing last Friday, they mentioned that they had not even really selected a date for their supplemental DEIR, which is one step back from ours. So clearly we're way ahead of the game as it relates to mitigation, and I'm very proud to report that. Yeah. In the area of design, in front of you today, and I am not going to go through all of the renderings, but we're very happy to present a new set of renderings. These were based on feedback that we got. They include things like the living waterfront, the additional green space that was put in, some very good design changes that were suggested by Mr. Wynn and DeRuyter Butler and the folks in Las Vegas. And so I'm going to leave these up. They'll be here up until the break. Folks can get a chance to see them, but they're terrific renderings and they really reflect the design. Any reference to our design as cookie cutter couldn't be further from the truth. And when you think of Mr. Wynn's 45 years in the business, I mean, he's the one that really invented the wow factor when you think about it. Our facilities are unbelievable. I know commissioners, you've come out to see them. Other commissioners are coming to see them shortly. And I think there's no question about it. These are the most gorgeous buildings you're going to see anywhere in the world. And the awards back them up. It's 5-star all the way. I want to take the opportunity to update you on changes that were made to the building. We've increased the amount of parking spaces up to 3,700. That was due to tremendous feedback that we received. Originally, the plan was 2,900 with 800 spaces off-site for moving back and forth for overflow. The plan really didn't work that well, so we've now brought all that parking in. The parking works not only from a perspective where we don't have to move traffic in and around the city, but it also allows us to have our guests conveniently come into the building through vertical circulation in the area where they want to be at. If you're a retail customer, a nightclub customer, you'll be able to come up in that end of the building. If you're coming in closer on the right side of the building for self-park, you can come up there. We have 3 different opportunities for vertical circulation in the building. So I think we've got a vastly improved parking plan. We've actually increased the amount of tables and slots and thinking about how much business we expect from this tremendous local market. With over 4.6 million people available to us in the greater Boston region, we went back and looked at it and thought, you know what, we better add a few more machines and table games so that we'll be prepared to do it. You know, our theory is we want to build it once, we want to build it right, we want to build it all at the same time. So we've made these changes now, and this way the building will be ready to go from day one. And as I mentioned earlier, we expanded the green space out in front of the building, and that was solely due to the public comment that we received along the way. And I think they've done a terrific job with that green space. Moving on to the issue of labor, I have actually tremendous news to report to you today. We actually signed the PLA LOI today. 2 o'clock today, we got the signatures. I signed it early this morning, and I want to give a huge thanks to Brian Doherty from the Building Trades Council. Chris and the team have been working with him tirelessly to get this PLA written, drafted, and ready to go. We do it in the form of an LOI because we wait to see if we do get awarded a license, and then if we get awarded the license, we'll translate that into the actual signatures on the agreement. This is a huge step forward for us, and we couldn't be happier that we're working now very closely with Brian and the entire council. So great news to report today. I also want to talk about Wynn's commitment. As you know, we're committed to building the building and operating with union labor. More than 50% of our workforce in Las Vegas is represented by unions. We have unprecedented labor relations with all the unions out in Las Vegas, and we expect nothing but the same here in Everett. And there's also there's something that, again, we want to introduce today that's new. We heard a lot last night about Suffolk Downs and protecting jobs. And so in the event that the commission decides to award the license to Wynn, we have a commitment we'd like to make as well. And that is that we will give a hiring preference should the track ever decide, for any reason, that they decide they want to shut down in the future and we get this license, we will give a hiring preference to every single Suffolk Downs employee that would like to come work at the Wynn. We'll also support them with job training. because maybe they're doing one type of a job there, and maybe we might have something else available that they'd be interested in. So the commitment is more than just for a preference. It's going to be to assist with any sort of job training skills that they might need. And I think it's the right thing to do, and we're happy to do it. So, in conclusion, what I'm saying is that we've got the right project in the right place at the right time, and we certainly hope that the Commission will give serious consideration to awarding the license to Wynn Resorts. And I'm very proud now to introduce Mr. Matt Maddox, who's president of Wynn Resorts.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thanks, Bob. That was a great job. You are definitely the man for the job. And we're very excited. So what I want to do is just spend a few minutes talking about why Wynn. There's been a lot of talk about this topic. Who's better at this? Who's better at that? What's the right project? And when it gets confusing with hyperbole and nonsense, we always go back to the simple truths. And when I thought about it, I said, okay, the simple truths were dictated in 2011 and on the Massachusetts Gaming Commission website. What are the objectives? Why was this done? Number one, stimulate local and international tourism. That seems to be a recurring theme that the gaming legislation and yourselves reiterate. Number two, create jobs. This is about jobs, thousands and thousands of jobs. Three, stimulate development. And four, recapture leisure revenues. So I'd like to take these four simple truths and tell you why Wynn is the one that can achieve Massachusetts' objectives. Let's start with the Northeast gaming market. As Bob accurately pointed out, this is a highly competitive market. From the 90s through mid-2000s, the field of dreams, build it and they will come, was true. You had more population than you had casinos. Anybody looked smart. Delaware was making hundreds of millions of dollars. The Connecticut casinos, everybody seemed like they knew what they were doing. There were 70,000 gaming positions in the Northeast in 2006. Today, there's 180,000. And did you know, last Friday, front page of the Wall Street Journal, casino glut hurts state revenues in the Northeast. And it talks about the rapid expansion and level of competition, and the properties that were not ready to compete have suffered, and therefore the states have suffered. So what do we know? We know consumers now have choice. You can't just build it and they will come. So Wynn's edge in this is multiple things. But if you start with, we're a global brand. Everybody in America knows what to expect when they come to a Wynn. They know exactly what they're going to get. Premium service, quality. They're going to get the best. We are the only resort company rated as one of the most trustworthy brands by Forbes magazine. We are the #1 rated most admired company by Fortune magazine in the casino resort business 5 years in a row. And we are the top rated most trustworthy brand by Entrepreneur magazine. Every place you look, everyone says Wynn's the most trustworthy. Why? Because our customers believe us. When we say we're going to do something, we do it. We know how to do it. And so imagine a Wynn in Boston. If you are flying in, by the way, the second largest international group coming to Boston is China. If you are flying in here, you're going to see our building and you're going to know exactly what it stands for. Exactly. If you look at our business right now in Las Vegas, I'd like to just give a few stats. Number one, the United States is the most competitive gaming market in the world. 70 billion US dollars, commercial and Native American, in the United States. When you look at gaming revenue and non-gaming revenue, in the most competitive market in the world, Wynn Las Vegas is #1 at almost $2 billion. Let me repeat that. In the United States of America, Wynn Las Vegas is the highest grossing integrated resort in the country. And if you look at our gaming revenues, 65% are international. 65%. Our domestic revenues still outpace our competitors. Everybody comes to Wynn, but we get people to fly thousands and thousands of miles to stay with us. That's the edge. People only fly thousands of miles if they know what they're going to get. They don't do it and guess. You wouldn't fly from here to Brazil without knowing what you're going to do. That's who Wynn is. And the numbers prove it. It's quite clear. And that's what we think we can bring to this area. Boston is an international city, over 20 million tourists. You deserve the best. Why not take the person that dominates the United States in terms of gaming and non-gaming revenue and let them do it here? Everybody wins. And not only does everybody win when the revenues are higher, because not only do you get the regional business, you get the international business. One more point on the regional business. What I predict will happen with a Wynn in Boston, all of the neighboring states now have casinos. It's a fact, and more are coming. What we see in Las Vegas is while people may go to their hometown casino, whether it's in New York or a Native American casino in California, they know they want to make a trip to the top place. So they know they want to go to Wynn. The person that goes to Resorts World in New York, that couple will look at their wife and say, let's go to Boston this weekend and stay at Wynn. It will be different. That's what we get now. It's who we are. And so not only will it be regionally attractive, it's going to attract an international customer. And that's important when you move on to the second piece of the Massachusetts objectives. Create jobs. Okay, everybody talks about jobs. 6,000 jobs, 5,000 jobs, indirect jobs. I think what you really need to pay attention to is how does a company feel about its employees? Creating jobs is one thing, sustaining jobs is another. Because I can tell you, without a doubt, there will be an economic downturn. We don't know when. We don't know how deep. But what is your partner going to do in that economic downturn with the jobs? At Wynn, we're known as the best place to work for a variety of reasons. Number one, you should know that when you operate in the higher end of the segment, I'll tell you a secret, the tips are larger. The people make more money. Everybody knows the dealers at Wynn make the most money. The valet parkers at Wynn make the most money. The drivers at Wynn make the most money. The restaurant managers. It's just the nature of the business. So not only are they high-paying jobs, we take care of our employees. They're our family. So when you're creating jobs, you need to make sure that you're going to sustain those jobs, because only then can you get true economic stimulus. Building something, hiring lots of people, times get tough. What happens? They let them go. Let's take a look at Las Vegas on the next slide. The Wynn effect. So Las Vegas is a competitive market, very similar now to the Northeast. From 2006 to today, $20 billion was spent in Las Vegas on new resorts. We were already open at Wynn. If you look at the chart, what happened, let's look at the second chart. The properties that were open before the $20 billion, like Wynn, and the properties that are open today, their gaming revenues are down 17%. You can go back. Yes. We're up 40. Our revenues are up 40% in the face of competition. And take a look at that jobs number. The jobs in Las Vegas are down 30% because you know what? Private equity firms own a lot of those companies. And when times get tough, they cut costs. That's what they do. 30%. Look at Wynn. We're hiring more people today than we did at the peak. Now, that's Las Vegas. Let's take a look at the next slide, which is our competitor here. Interestingly, same period of time, we know there's lots of competition in the Northeast. Mohegan Sun is down 27% in revenue. People decided it wasn't worth it, I guess, to travel that far. Their jobs are down 33%. It is in their public filing. They had 8,700 positions in that facility in 2006. Today it's 5,700. It's a public number. So creating jobs is one thing, sustaining them is another. You need a partner you can count on. And as I was thinking about this comparison, I actually realized maybe it's a little unfair, because I don't know who our competitor is. My understanding is a private equity fund is going to own 60% of this company when it closes. And then you have a retail developer that's going to own the retail. And you have a hotel developer. And then you have a casino operator. So what we know about private equity funds are they can say they have $15 billion, but that's $15 billion of investors' money. It's like your stockbroker taking credit for the money in your account. What happens when times get tough? We watch this play out in Las Vegas. We watch this play out around the world. When times get tough, private equity companies, their investors say, hey, I want my money back. Because, by the way, they're only investing for 5 years. Now, if they've invested in something illiquid, like let's say a casino, they can't just go sell it. So they are under major stress to cut staff and liquidate because they can't lose their investors' money. Brigade Capital Management on their cover of the website says they are specialists in distressed debt situations and bankruptcies. That's what they focus on. It's on the front page of their website. And we know that private equity firms have 5 to 7 year time horizons. Imagine if we're in a downturn 5 years from now. You could actually go online and look at 2008. Right outside Santa Fe, the Buffalo Thunder Casino couldn't make an interest payment. The creditors, led by Brigade Capital Management, forced to restructure. What do you think happened to the jobs there? Take a look. It's online. So when you're thinking about, so that's why I'm not sure who our competition is. Will the board be made up of the hedge fund guys that will dictate when room remodels happen? If I want to remodel a restaurant, do I have to go to that board that's already 2/3 by outside group that aren't worried about a brand? They're worried about the return on the investment for the investor and when do they exit. Doesn't make them bad. It's just their policy. Or do you choose a company like Wynn? We control our destiny. When times got tough in 2009, massive layoffs were going on. Mr. Wynn called me in his office and he said, Matt, this is good growing weather for the House of Wynn. We are not going to cut. We're going to do the opposite. We're going to reinvest. And in 2009 and 10, we put $100 million, even though Wynn Las Vegas was losing money. You can go look at our SEC website and you can see the net income was multiple hundreds of millions negative. We didn't cut. We lost some employees, but we retained 97% of our staff there, and today we have more people. But we took $100 million and we renovated every room that was only 4 years old. And I can promise you, no one else in America did that. But here's what we knew. Our competitors were weak. They were going to think the short term. And if we could reinvest and make our product better, knowing what our competitors would do, cut staff, which they did, cut service, which they did, and stop remodeling because cash was tight, our product would go to the top. And it would be clear that Bellagio is no longer a competitor to Wynn. Now, why are we up 40% today compared to the peak? It's because of the decisions we made when times were tough. That's why. We won our customers' hearts back then because we decided to protect our people and protect our product and protect our brand. So I implore you, when you're thinking about this, always think about the downside and who do you want to be talking to when times are tough. I hope that it's Wynn Resorts. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeSalvio, Mr. Maddox. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioners. You know, they always say in politics, always speak before the better speakers. So I'm glad I'm speaking now. How do you follow Matt and Bob? That was very tough. But great presentation. And this is the reason why I'm standing here today with Wind Development, because I know you're the best in the business. You're welcome. Bob also pointed out a few things that I didn't point out, that the kids of Everett were here. The string orchestra and the culinary program, and I want to thank them also for being here. They will definitely hear from me soon, and we're sorry that they weren't able to provide that service for you. I guess I'll start from the beginning. 20 years ago, and I'll make it really quick, I ran for public office. I was a criminal justice student at Northeastern University. They had a great co-op program. I wanted to get into the FBI. That was my goal. Bill Clinton cut all federal programs, cut all co-ops. So I had to go find a co-op job. Couldn't find a job that I liked, so I ended up running for public office. And I got elected. It was a part-time position. And I served for 14 years. And just help people. That's all I did. Every time they called me, I was able to help. Get the kids summer jobs, fix a pothole, do whatever I can do to get them, just help. That was my job. 7 years ago, I ran for mayor. And former mayor is here also in support of the project. But I ran for mayor, and I just saw that it was time just to change how we were doing business in the city. There was a lot of animosity between groups of people in the city. And I wasn't part of the animosity. I was actually a friend to both groups. So I ran for mayor, I got elected. And so I opened the door at City Hall the first day, and like I am today, was very overwhelmed. And didn't know what to do right away. But I went back to basics. What do people want? I talked to people. They wanted clean streets. They wanted new parks. They wanted jobs. They wanted programs for their kids to stay off of drugs. Basic stuff, just basic needs. And that's what I started doing. Started rebuilding streets, rebuilding sidewalks, rebuilding the infrastructure, rebuilding parks, making sure the schools had enough money to operate, to provide services for them. Make sure we had money in the home program, so when residents, senior citizens were unable to fix their homes up, we had money to fix up their homes. It was just basic things. Then I said, I gotta do something more. I gotta bring some jobs. I looked around the city and I saw desolate areas of buildings, especially down this area we call Lower Broadway, the Line, that some of my residents were born down there. We'll call it the Line. And then I looked at Route 16, and it was just, freestanding buildings. A lot of them are my friends that own these businesses, but I know they want to move on also. I looked at the GE Parkland, just 40 acres, Monsanto, 40 acres, all the desolate properties by the Exxon facility, hundreds of acres, 1.8 square miles of property that still today is just desolate, that is just dirty, that is contaminated. And I said, how do I bring jobs, good jobs to residents if I can't clean up this property? So I would talk to my senators and my congressmen, and unfortunately really didn't get me to a place where I needed. Look at the state budget today, there's about $15 million to clean up Superfunds. We need about $100 million, maybe $50 million, $100 million to clean up one site, never mind in the state budget for all the sites. So back in 2011, we never had a city planning department. We had a community development office who just facilitated our block grant money. Talking to Secretary O'Connell at the time, I said, what do I got to do here? Well, you got to envision an area and really hire a planning firm. So I went out and hired this firm called Sasaki. They did helped me do this Lower Broadway master plan. I ended up going out and stealing Jamie from the city of Lowell and brought him to the city of Everett to help me envision a better community, to help me clean up these contaminated sites, to help me build some new buildings. And so when these kids graduate from Everett High School, they're not on the streets doing drugs. They're not... they had a place to go to work, you know, and they'd be proud of their community. It seems to pick up on us.
Okay, Mayor, take your time.
Because I see better for the city of Everett. I really do. Only city without any transportation. You can't get on a train line or commuter line or a civil line extension. We're you know, I think someone said this, we're the city that time has forgotten. We're left with these dirty industrial uses and buildings that are now empty. We really, this could be the catalyst of our development. This could really be, and you know, I've had my struggles with gaming, okay? And I'm better about it now these days, and more, and so, you know, but I see this as something that will give me, the city of Everett, over $30 to $40 million a year annually, that I can build the infrastructure. I can get the Civil Line to not stop at Demoulas and Chelsea, but bring it into Everett Square. I can get the commuter rail stop, not to drive through the city of Everett, but I can build a platform so it stops in Everett. I can build housing around it. I can build other businesses around it. I can take that money and build over some parks, and clean sites, build access roads to sites that on the water that you can't even access. That's what I want to do with the Ely money. I wish them well. I know I'll have a great partnership with them and friendship, but I will use their money. And I'm not going to lower taxes. You know, some will artificially lower, but I'm going to use that money to reinvest, to give the children of the city of Everett a better education. You know, every day, and you'll hear from the assistant superintendent talk about our needs in education. But make sure they get a better education. Make sure our police departments fight up, like any city would do. Build them up and keep these resources. But our levy limit, our levy ceiling on Everett are at the same number these days. So eventually, we're going to have to cut resources. And I don't want to do that to a city like Everett because it'll be staggering to the community around it. So, you know, I'm going to stop being redundant. And I want Jamie to come up. And I think you've all heard what we want to do in the area. And I think you've seen the Lower Broadway master plan. You've seen the areas here in the city that can really be redeveloped from this area. We're so close to Boston. We're not in Boston. But we're so close to Boston. You know, we're so close to Boston that we need to really capitalize on that. We need to capitalize on that. We need people to start thinking of Everett as a good place to live. In this area, Lower Broadway, it's isolated by Route 16. You can easily access it off of 93. You can come down off the Tobin Bridge and hit Beecham Street, which they're going to be doing over also, and can come to our facility. It really doesn't impact many of our residents. There's a small group of residents down the line, very small. They're actually excited because the residents down the line, there's a beautiful home. Across the street, there's an abandoned building falling apart. Exxon, 100 acres of land leaving. They're excited because they know that property in that area is going to go up. They know that they're going to see some hotels in the area, some restaurants, that they can now walk in an area that's clean, that's vibrant. Right now, they're walking by scrap yards, and they're walking by used car lots, and they're walking by lots of environmental properties that has lots of messes. That's not going to happen anymore. That's why I think the Wynn product we know is the best in the business. But they're the right developer at the right time in the right city. And I hope that you see that also. And I don't want to go on because Jamie's going to get a little technical. But I hope that you see what I see, what's going to happen to the city of Everett from this development. And what happens to that 1.8, 1.6 or 8 square miles of Route 16 south in west and east. What happens to the GE Parkland? What happens to the Monsanto site? What happens to the Coleman manufacturing plant? What happens to the empty Exxon fields? What happens to all that waterfront that we cannot even access? We don't even have a public park, a common park that we can go to and have a festival. You know, they're going to build a public park that we can use, residents can use, and have a concert and so forth. And we have a portable stage that we drag around the city. But we do it, and we're proud. There's a slogan that I use. It's called Pride, Progress, and Possibilities. We're a lot of proud people behind me, and they've seen the progress, but there's tons of possibilities, and the possibilities here today is with this group WIN that's going to partner with the city of Everett and make this the best, not only the best casino in the area, but really make this city of Everett one of the best cities that it was many, many years ago. And I hope that you see this also, and I hope that on the days that you take that vote, that you remember this day and you remember all that we've put into this, and that you vote favorable for our application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that applause was for me, thankfully, because I don't usually get applauses at these things. Most people just stare and look aimlessly at what I'm doing. But I will get a little bit technical, not too technical, and I know we're already at about 50 minutes into the meeting, and I'll try to keep this tight and concise because you've already heard this before. A quick thank you, obviously, to the WIN team. They've been fantastic to work with. And obviously to the commissioners and obviously the public, because the public has been overwhelmingly supportive throughout this entire process.
And let me just say so that the record will reflect that you're Jamie Erickson, the Director of Planning for the city.
I was going to go there, yes.
Oh, all right.
And I get a round of applause, thank you. My name is Jamie Erickson. I'm the Director of Planning and Development for the city. As the mayor mentioned, I've been here just over 2 years. March was my 2-year anniversary. Prior to that, I was working for the city of Lowell for about 7 years. I have a master's degree in planning. I came to Everett because I saw the opportunity here. I thought Everett was a really unique place, right next to Boston, not in Boston, as the mayor mentioned. And it just screamed for redevelopment opportunity, for higher and better uses in certain areas. Let's do the next slide. This is a map of Everett, and we used this map during the public visioning process that the mayor talked about. And it really shows how there's a dense urban core with a lot of housing, but south of Route 16, there's just a lot of opportunity for redevelopment. Allison. And this is a blow-up of that lower Broadway or south of Route 16 area, and you can really see the tank farm, that's all the white dots, over 100 acres. You can really see, it is also in your packets. You can really see the Monsanto site, which is that nice brown nothingness, about 30 plus acres. And you can see the power plant, and you can see just the great opportunity, the proximity of this area to area transit, to regional networks. You have the Orange Line, you have the commuter rail line, you're right next to Boston. And I just saw this opportunity when I took the job 2 years ago as a way, what can we do in this neighborhood? How can we improve this neighborhood? Now the mayor, before I started, had already seen this opportunity. And his focus before I started again was to really highlight this lower Broadway neighborhood and start to come up with a vision for the area. What can this area be? How can we make this a better place? How can we really capitalize on this as the gateway to Everett? And so starting in 2001, I'm going to briefly go through this timeline. Starting in 2001, he commissioned, or sorry, 2011. 2001 is a long, long time ago. 2011, he commissioned for the start of the Lower Broadway Master Plan. Now, I started right after Sasaki had been hired, and I ran with the process because I really saw that Lower Broadway neighborhood was a fantastic neighborhood to focus on. And during the entire year of 2012, this was before WIN even came to town, we did a year-long master planning process. We engaged hundreds of residents of Everett, we held multiple meetings, and we came up with a fantastic guideline booklet that's actually in your packet as well, that focused on the vision, the future vision for this area. Throughout the entire process, the people talked about the need for a catalyst project on the Monsanto site and how that can spur higher and better uses for the rest of the neighborhood. When WIN came to town, they bought right into that vision. I've never seen a private developer, not nearly one with the amount of investment that they're going to put in, buy into that vision. I think our last public meeting was the day Steve WIN came to town, and actually, talk about being humbled. I actually got to present that master plan vision to him, and the first thing he said was, "That's great. How can we be a part of this?" I'm paraphrasing. He didn't really actually say it that way, but he's much more eloquent than I am. But it was just fantastic to hear this private developer wanting to come into town and not change whatever it is, but really fit into whatever it is. Mr. Commissioner, you mentioned at the beginning, integration into the host community is a key point of what you're looking at. This is truly an integrated project. So we started working with the host, with WIN as the developer, and we realized that in order for us to really capitalize on this project, and in order for WIN to also comply with the mass gaming Act, we needed to make sure that we did a number of things. One, we needed to complete rezoning of the entire neighborhood. Luckily, we had just completed a master plan, so we knew what that rezoning for not only the wind site, but for the entire neighborhood could be. We needed to do a municipal harbor plan because there were waterfront issues. It's a fantastic site, highly contaminated, but it's on the water. It's really unique. And we needed to make sure that we were ensuring that future development was going to be happening consistent with the vision of the public. And so we actually established a redevelopment authority, and we have completed an urban renewal plan for the area to make sure that future development, not necessarily WIND's development, but development outside of the wind project, can be guided in the right fashion for the community and be consistent with that Lower Broadway master plan. So all of this process, which in many other communities would take years, if not decades, to complete, we completed between 2012 and present, and we had over 50 public meetings. These aren't the typical public meetings whereby you're just going and talking to the city council. These are nighttime meetings specifically for the completion of these different components. And having been at all of them, it was a long 2 years. But it was a fantastic 2 years because it really showed how supportive the community is of this project and how well this project fits in with the Lower Broadway neighborhood and the community as a whole. So what we're looking at here is really capitalizing or taking the industrial past of the neighborhood, which is over 128 acres of land, just in the Lower Broadway area that we focused on. Over 20% of that land is vacant former industrial land, and many more of that land is actually underutilized property. Scrap yards, smaller garages that with this proximity to Boston, we should really be seeing larger and greater development to capitalize and to make sure that we're providing the best quality and opportunities for jobs and housing for our residents. And we're trying to, and we're really focusing on a mixed use future. The new plan from a land use perspective for this neighborhood is to have a mix of uses with over 50% of the land area being mixed use or commercial. You can see this map, it's right from the Lower Broadway master plan, what you have. It's really trying to capitalize on the site's proximity in the neighborhood's proximity to Boston to look at the future. What can this be? Not what it is today, but what can it be? And we put in place new zoning, like I mentioned, to prime the area for redevelopment. And this new zoning is, and you can see it here, it's actually been adopted. It was adopted back in November. And it's going to allow us to streamline the permitting process so that we can capitalize and really promote the private investment, not just on the wind site, but on the surrounding community, which today is a lot of vacant or underutilized land. There are houses down there, as the mayor mentioned. This new zoning protects those people if they want to stay. We want to make sure that we're not displacing people, but it's really going to capitalize on this on the proximity of really underutilized land in close proximity to this project. I actually just spoke with our economic consultant earlier today, and we did rough calculations on what could this new zoning mean for not the wind site, but for everything else in that neighborhood. And if you look at all the underutilized land, not where housing is, but the underutilized property across the street in close proximity to the project, there's the potential for about 2.8 million square feet of by right development. Now we know that's not all going to happen, but even if you take a fraction of that, 1.9 million square feet as a potential build out, that could lead to a potential increase in local taxes of about 16 million in additional taxes. So even though the mayor might not be focusing on, actually no, the mayor is focused on this completely, even though we're not totally focused on just the wind project. I mean, we are, okay, let me try to. Now the nerves are getting to me because I know I'm on camera. But we really are trying to capitalize on the project, not just for the project's sake, but for the neighborhood itself and for the community as a whole. We want to make sure that it's not being done in a vacuum. It's being done, and we're capitalizing on the potential additional development that can happen in this neighborhood. And so, while I wasn't too technical, I wanted to show this last slide because we took a clip of the wind project and we put it into our Lower Broadway master plan because it really shows how well this project fits in with the neighborhood and with the big vision that the city put together before wind even came to town for this neighborhood. It's a catalyst project. It's the right developer at the right location at the right time. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. So we also have a little video we'd like to show at this time. For us, really, it's really transformational. this one casino facility sited here on this contaminated, dirty site that's going to be restored back to its original state. For the first time in over a century, residents will be able to access the waterfront. Of course, we know that all casinos generate jobs and generates tax dollars. This development, it will be the catalyst to what we've been working on, that we can really see better housing opportunities for our residents, better mode of transportation to our community, and really, really change Everett for the better.
So this area of the city, this Lower Broadway area, has always been the industrial breadbasket for the city and the region. Chemical production started there in the 1800s and continued through to the 1990s with Monsanto.
My dad worked for the Monsanto Chemical Company, and that place down there was terrible.
Oh, it was disgusting. It was the worst thing you could imagine. We used to get this yellow film. Oh my, and you'd cough and you'd breathe in all this disgusting chemicals.
I swam over there as a young boy. Back then it was contaminated. And we have a chance to clean that up. If we don't now, God only knows, it might be 100 years, 200 years. That'll just stay stagnant all these years, contaminated.
Everett has had 3.5 miles of waterfront, and all of it was industrial. There wasn't any public access. And now here's an opportunity to take that to the next level.
I think that the Everett application is very unique. I think it has hit on all of the real targets that you would hope development would bring. It's going to clean up a blighted area. It's going to bring a first-class operator and development team to that site. And thirdly, it's going to be the start of something great for the city and this region.
The development is going to bring a really good opportunities for everybody in Everett, especially the new immigrants, especially young people, students, that they are going to have the opportunity to work at least part-time. And I hope that this development is going to bring good jobs to our communities.
I think Everett, being a blue-collar working-class community, would benefit greatly by not only the construction jobs, by the permanent jobs that come within a development like that.
I think it's a draw. The city is in need of a big draw, and I think a casino there will bring a lot of people from the outside to Everett, and hopefully potentially it could help the other businesses in the area.
People don't stay at a hotel or a particular resort 24/7. You'll gamble for a while, you speed for a while at the hotel, then you usually get in your car and take a walk. You might even go off-site and do a little bit of shopping. People will get to know Everett.
It will enhance the business community and the city itself and the residents who live here. I think living here, we can be proud to have something nice to see.
It's a revitalization of the entire city. When I was a kid here in Everett, we had a movie theater, we had a bowling alley, we had places we could go. The city needs some new energy.
We will not only develop a casino, but we will develop an entire community.
We'd like to develop the Lower Broadway area. We have some areas down there that are blighted, that are underused, and we'd like to make the best use of what land we have, which is very valuable.
So this project really will make Everett a new place to do business. We have so many parcels of land that have been ready for development, yet no one has recognized the need for plenty of opportunity along Route 16. And of course, Lower Broadway will certainly see an enormous change, and it certainly will have a great financial impact for the city.
Overall, the city could stand to gain approximately $30 million of revenue. The city could stand to also gain a $30 million upfront community impact fee, which will certainly help with the infrastructure in the city. That will certainly help build the projected 2 new schools we may need within the next 5 years. Certainly would help build a substation for police and fire down at the Lower Broadway area.
That money is a great benefit. It allows us to engage in more crime reduction strategies.
Funds from the proposed development earmarked for public safety are going to allow us to make some improvements in the infrastructure of public safety in the city. And these are areas that we've been unable to do anything with over the past 2 or 3 decades.
It's about lifting the quality of life right here in the city of Everett.
People beyond Everett will now recognize us for what we've always had, this kind of diamond in the rough opportunity known as Everett, Massachusetts.
Everett will become a destination city. people all over the world will know Everett, Massachusetts after we're through.
So to address you from the school department, we have the Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Thomas Stella.
Commissioners, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor said, my name is Thomas Steller. I live at 110 SD Street here in Everett. I was born here at the Wooden Hospital. I've lived here my entire life. I've never lived anywhere else. I'm a graduate of the Everett Public Schools, as were my mother, my sisters, my in-laws, my wife, and my 3 children. I've also had the privilege of working in the Everett Public Schools for the past 40 years. Currently the Assistant Superintendent. No one's ever applauded me for that before. It is an organization in a community that I love and has loved me back. For the past 40 years, you might say that I've seen some change. Everett's always been a community that has welcomed families from other countries. My grandparents from Italy. When I was young, families from Italy, from Ireland, but more recently, we've welcomed families from Brazil, from Haiti, from El Salvador, from Guatemala, and from any number of countries around the world. Truly welcome these families. They've always been part of the fabric of Everett. But something's different now. Everett historically has always been a place where people aged in place. Mom and Dad lived here, as did their parents. They worked in the community at, as the mayor mentioned, at General Electric, at Monsanto, at Avco Textron, at Sexton Can, at Teddy Peanut Butter, and any number of other small manufacturing facilities, retail places, and offices. The people that worked here, the jobs that they held, they weren't necessarily high-paying jobs, but they paid well enough that people could afford to buy a home here and live comfortably. They raised their families here. They saw opportunity here. Unfortunately, as time has gone on, General Electric, Monsanto, Exxon, and a significant number of these small manufacturing facilities have closed, and with their closure, the jobs have gone. Now, naturally, some of the jobs have been replaced. But the ones that were lost, the jobs that have been created, they don't pay the same. Instead, many of our families, both mom and dad, eke out a living as hourly workers. They struggle, sometimes working 2 or 3 jobs just to put food on the table. 80% of the 7,000 children that are enrolled in the Everett Public Schools qualify for free and reduced lunch. For many of these families, the American dream of owning a home is just that, a dream. Our neighboring community of Revere, the competitor for the Eastern Massachusetts casino license, has within its geographic boundary other residential, office, or research and development opportunities, not only for Suffolk Downs, but for Wonderland, Revere Beach, along North Shore Road, along the Lynn Marsh Road. The potential that exists in the development of these areas can be measured in the hundreds of millions of dollars. This development is not something that Revere needs. We do. We need a catalyst. We need someone to take a chance on building something that's going to spur development in the rest of our community. I'm grateful that Mr. Wynn and our city fathers see that once again, the potential for opportunity exists here in Everett by building upon a parcel of land that's been laid to waste, contaminated by an industry that was housed there since 1868. The potential to clean up this brownfield site and develop it with this proposed project brings back opportunity and hope for our community. Opportunity in the form of hundreds, if not several thousand jobs. We in the Everett Public Schools don't just see these opportunities as jobs. We see them as career paths that also have attached to them benefits. Benefits that many of our families don't enjoy, benefits that many of us take for granted. Our students see enormous opportunity as well. Everett High School is a comprehensive high school serving 2,000 students and has within its curriculum a small learning community called the Allied Health Academy. And I mention this for a reason. This academy, in which students take a series of courses tailored to careers in the healthcare field, has built into it an internship program. During this senior year, students in the Allied Health Academy and the internship program have the opportunity to work at the Whidden Memorial Hospital, an arm of the Cambridge Health Alliance, and at the Leonard Florence Center for Living, a 100-bed skilled nursing facility. During their internship hours, students work alongside healthcare professionals, experiencing every aspect of the healthcare field. And I mention this because as a result, students from Everett High School are enrolling and continuing on to higher education in greater numbers in pre-med, in nursing, in pathology, in pharmacy, in medical assisting, in medical technology, and other healthcare fields in far greater numbers than they used to, because students see opportunity and a future right here in our community. With the proposed development, the future brings potential to expand the number of these opportunities available to our young people. I envision internships and career paths for students in our culinary arts program who might work in the facilities, restaurants, function halls, banquet facilities. Students in our award-winning music program. Students who see opportunities in electrical engineering, HVAC, mechanical engineering, or who might enter a trade and become plumbers, electricians, painters, plasterers. Career opportunities for youngsters who want to go into hotel and hospitality management, or accounting and bookkeeping, landscaping, building maintenance. This project and its location, this is going to spur some things for our kids. They'll see careers that pay well enough that they'll have a future right here, living right here, working right here. I don't believe there's any question that this proposed project meets the 5 key evaluation criteria. It certainly is unique. It will certainly positively impact the Commonwealth, and at the same time, it will transform Everett. The project will likely meet the estimated revenue projections. The developer undoubtedly has the financial means to complete the project. The building design will meet and exceed expectations and requirements for efficiency and design aesthetics. The developer has worked with our surrounding communities to seek their input on how best to mitigate the impact that this development might have on those areas. And this project and its location here in Everett will certainly positively impact the historical and local area visitor attractions. But the most important part of this project, and to me the most important criteria upon which any of these proposals should be judged, this project will maximize and have a positive impact upon an area that will not likely see any development that will have anywhere near a similar impact that this one will have. This project will support small businesses, it will stimulate the creation of new ones, and will undoubtedly provide a viable and meaningful career path for our young people and our residents as well. Thank you.
That will conclude our formal presentation from the City of Everett, and I just, I know, not to be redundant, but the only reason why the city hasn't seen developments like Station Landing and Assembly Row and all that you see all throughout in Cambridge and in different areas is because the cost of the cleanup of all these industrial sites. And it's my goal and my intention is, again, to use funding from this site to clean up those properties. And also by this facility coming into town, it will be that catalyst for our development. So again, thank you very much for hearing us. And I'd like to welcome our state representative who's in session right now. We'd like to say a few words. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm State Representative Wayne Matusky. I reside at 86 Lewis Street, and I found out today, just yesterday, that I was the closest elected official to this casino site. I live right off the Revere Beach Parkway, and I've been in office since 1981 representing this particular neighborhood. And as the years have progressed, it's got a lot cleaner with the Honda Cars of Boston, I'm sure you've seen down there in that neighborhood. And generally, the environmental offices made certain businesses clean up their act to some degree. But over the years ago, 30 years ago, as the woman stated on this video that was just shown, you couldn't open your windows or hang your clothes out to dry because you would get soot on them. Now, Everett has provided a lot of industrial benefits for the whole state, whether it's paint. We have the Eagle Shoe Factory right on the parkway that employed 350 people at one point. We have the old Boston Edison plant, spewing things out of the chimneys there. However, now there's a new direction Everett has taken. We have an opportunity, and it was written the other day in one of the newspapers that we're a downtrodden community, that we're down on our luck. Everett has really come a long way in the last 10 or 20 years. We're a proud, humble community. And I can tell you, I've only been state representative for 12 months. But every day, every single day, how is the casino coming along? We're actually getting casino fatigue in certain sections of the city. But I can tell you this, Everett is the right choice for several reasons. This is a 5-star operation. You can't compare the Revere rooms or the water features that are going to be in place here. You can actually walk to historic Charlestown and see the Bunker Hill Monument. It's less than a quarter mile away. A half a mile away, you go to Little Italy in the North End. You can actually walk to Boston from this site, to these historic sites. With all due respect to the city of Revere, it's just a whole different operation, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. And I think this is my third time actually before you. And I want to thank you. You've been very patient in this whole process, but we have been too. These people here have not been paid to be here. They're citizens of our community that voted almost 90% a year ago in sweltering heat to come out and be in favor of this. The mayor has pushed this program, and in his associates at City Hall, and it's a good program. It's a game changer for this community. So I want to ask you, you ask why. Well, we heard about the jobs issue. I happen to be a union bricklayer, a member of the union bricklayers. There's not a lot of work out there. This will incorporate tile setters, marble setters, and the talks that I've had with the Green Group, all kinds of union people will be employed at this site and continue on after it's built. But this is the correct spot for it, and people know that. And about last June or July, there was a meeting at City Hall with the state transportation or environmental people. There was 28 items on a board. And the first item was that afternoon that we spoke about traffic mitigation and so forth. And I said to myself, how are they going to get through all of those features that had to be done before you people even decided to give us a license? They completed every single one. The Wynn Group are honorable people. They've worked hard on this proposal. It's night and day. It's a different operation in Revere, and I'm not putting that operation down. As the gentleman said, it's an equity firm. Mr. Wynn has got the money, the know-how to have a professional operation that's something the state can be proud of. And the mayor had mentioned that we just, in the State House, passed $15 million to clean up brownfields. This, I understand, is about 50 acres of brownfield that will be cleaned up at no cost to this state or the federal government or to the city. It's a win-win for everyone. So please, I know it's been a drawn-out affair, and I don't know when your decision will actually come out. I'd like to be able to answer people at some point.
We'll provide you with an answer.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I would like to say this, and I do have a session going on at the State House. It's a pleasure to be here. Please make the right choice. This is where the casino belongs, in the state of Massachusetts, in our city, our humble city of Everett. Thank you all very much.
All right, I want to thank the representatives of Wynn. I want to thank the mayor and the representatives of the city for those presentations. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break at 10 minutes. If anybody wants to take a look at the renderings, they can. And then we're going to return and we'll begin the rest of it. There are a number of public officials that would like to speak. We're going to begin the 4-minute process, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, all right. Yeah, now we have it. All right, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'd like to resume the meeting here so that we can hear the good people who've come to talk to us. So if you'd take your seats. If you'd all take your seats, we'll begin. We have some elected officials who we want to hear from first. So could you all please promptly take your seats so we can resume the proceedings. All right, now we're going to begin by putting into place the 4-minute rule that we talked about, and I'm going to do one other thing. We have a large number of people from whom we want to hear tonight who signed up, and so I'm going to designate a chair near the podium as we'll call it the on-deck chair or the ready chair, and I'm going to call 2 names, and I'd like one person to go to the podium and the other person to go to the ready chair so that we can have a smooth transition, and we'll proceed in that way. So we have two elected officials from whom we'd like to hear first. Richard Della Solia, the city councilor from Everett, and I'd like Mr. John Hanlon, who's also a city councilor, to go to the ready or on deck chair right next to him. Mr. Della Solia?
You had to leave.
You had to leave. Then let's turn to Mr. Hanlon, City Councilor Hanlon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the Gaming Commission. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having this meeting. I'd like to also thank the Wynn developers for being here and getting this whole thing started. I've been to several meetings of the Gaming Commission, both here in Everett and in Boston. I was not aware of the 4-minute ruling, so my comments will run along about 7 or 8 or 9 minutes. Therefore, I've made a copy for each of you, and I've given them to your administrative assistant, who I believe and I trust that you'll read them and give me a...
We certainly will. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My comments are not what you're going to read, are not what you've heard from other people. They're about why the license should be issued to the Wynn Developments for the citizens of Everett. I've explained whatever citizens have endured over the years, and what many businesses have left behind. And what they left behind is pollution, and that's with a capital P. Most of the polluters have never benefited Everett. The services they provide have never reached Everett residents. The services were to the city of Boston and beyond, and some still do. No one has ever said that they will clean up the mess before they go. They just up and left, leaving the property to others. No one has ever asked the citizens of Everett if it was okay. No one ever has asked. We now have a developer, and strange as that may seem, he did ask the citizens of Everett if it was okay. Okay to build a destination casino hotel. Okay to pump up the economy of the city and the area. Okay to clean up a large and major polluted area that was left by others. Okay to be a major benefactor to the city of Everett. And okay to become a part and a business citizen in the city of Everett. Of course, I'm talking about Wynn developers who asked Everett if it was okay to locate here. The response was immediate from the citizens of Everett. We, the citizens of Everett, first started to discuss the hotel casino in the fall of 2012, so we're not newcomers. And we voted to become a host city in June of 2013. Since that time, there has been no backlash, no do-overs, and no talk of the lawsuits. When you read my comments, I would like you to remember that I did not learn of these incidents by reading them or from word of mouth. I was here and I experienced every bit of it. Granting a license to Wynn Development will never come back as a mistake, and I will ask you to grant the license to Wynn Developers. What better place to develop a hotel casino? Everett wants Wynn, and Wynn wants Everett. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. The next is Councilor Fred Capone, also from Everett. Afternoon, Councilor.
Commission. As you know and as you pointed out, there's been a lot of support that's been raised by written form. I have submitted a very lengthy letter back in March of this year. I saw it on your website, so I know you got it. I truly appreciate you being here and allowing the residents of the city to have more direct access to the whole process. As you've heard from others, well, before I get there, I'm a lifelong Everett resident. I represent Ward 1. I guess I'm the second closest elected official to the site. And the people I represent are right across the street from the proposed site. And there are many residents there. And they're very excited about the project. As you saw, we had an 87% vote rate. You can see from tonight, a hot evening like this, that support has not wavered. So the city really wants this proposal. I will not reiterate what I said in the letter. You've got it, and I appreciate the fact that you can review that. What I would like to do is I'd like to briefly address the 5 criteria I saw on your website in terms of proposals and how you're weighing those out. And I'll be extremely candid. Economic development and building design. Any community that is awarded a license is going to get economic development. And I think anybody with any capability is going to be able to put together a suitable design. That's where the comparison ends. When you go to overview and you go to uniqueness in the industry, you have one developer who is a legend in the industry, and you have another unit that already exists in New England, and that would be market saturation. It wouldn't bring anything unique to the Commonwealth. Wynn is a worldwide brand. You're not going to travel from Connecticut to come to Revere to go to Mohegan if you've got Mohegan in your backyard. And if you're in between, you're not going anywhere there either. You're going to come from anywhere to check out a new Wynn. That spills over into finance. You have market saturation, you're fighting yourself in terms of revenues. So from the Commonwealth's point of view, a Wynn resort is going to drag people from all different destinations, whereas a Mohegan is going to fight amongst itself for its own clientele. And then perhaps my biggest concern and my biggest reason for supporting the proposal is remediation of that contaminated site. And you've heard that over and over again from everybody, and you're going to hear it over and over again. It's that big of an issue. That one issue in and of itself causes the playing field to slant dramatically. Nobody, well, I won't say nobody, you are extremely hard-pressed to find any developer that is going to be able to take on a remediation project of this magnitude. That land has remained stagnant for a reason. It's too expensive to address. Corporate America is not going to touch that land. We as a city cannot afford to fix that land. The other thing that goes along with that, you don't think of Everett as a waterway. We have a natural resource that is forgotten about, wasted, inaccessible to our residents in the surrounding communities. This is not limited to Everett. The surrounding communities get to use a waterway under this proposal.
Thank you.
If I could real fast, then I'll cut it down. if the proposal does not go forward, we as a community will survive. We will do what we have to do, but the reality is that land will not be remediated. It will stay stagnant, and then remediating that land is not only beneficial to the city of Everett and the residents of Everett, the entire state of Massachusetts, every individual that drives through it. The city of Everett and Wynn have a united focus. Revere, Mohegan Sun, it's a faction of individuals. So I ask that you consider Everett and Wynn.
Thank you, Councilor. All right, now I'm going to call next on Mayor Gary Christensen of the City of Malden. And the next to speak will be David D'Arcangelo, and I'd ask him to take the ready seat, please.
Good afternoon. As a surrounding community to both proposed developments in this region, I respect the right of any community to decide whether hosting a resort casino is right for their community and their vision. I consider Mayor DiMaria a friend, and if he and 87% of the voters of Everett have decided that partnering with Wynn Resorts on this project will benefit the city of Everett, then without question, they have my support. I believe strongly that as a region, we should all support each other when opportunities present themselves in our communities that move our cities forward. From my perspective as the mayor of Malden, my goals concerning this project were twofold. First, to make certain our community had input into making sure our concerns were heard. The Wynn team addressed that concern with a genuine, informative negotiation on mitigating potential impacts. I couldn't be more pleased with how that process was handled and to have been the first community to sign a surrounding community agreement. Additionally, it was my goal to make sure Malden had a chance to not just mitigate impacts, but to really benefit from the economic development. I see this as a regional opportunity, but recognize that it's incumbent upon each city to take steps to be actively involved in benefiting from the development. Through our collaboration with the Wynn team, Malden has been positioned as a transportation hub for the Wynn Resort development. This fits right in line with our goals for the downtown area, whereby we have focused on transit-oriented housing to take full advantage of the opportunities the Orange Line affords us. By mixing in the potential for casino visitors utilizing our downtown and some of our great restaurants with our ever-increasing population of young urban professionals, we think the future for our downtown area is bright. The Malden River has always been a hidden gem, just waiting to be fully utilized as an asset to the community. While we have done some things in recent years to increase the public's usage of this fine asset, the Wynn development being on the water and just a short ride down the Malden River really opens up the door to unlocking the river's full potential. I also see the resort destination casino located on the proposed site providing even further opportunity to capitalize on the Bike to the Sea Northern Strand Trail. The City of Malden has invested significant resources in this project over the years. Development that provides further opportunity to utilize this tremendous public asset can be nothing but positive. Finally, I think much of the ultimate success of this development is in fact dependent on the quality of the people involved. So aside from the development itself, I continue to be nothing but impressed by the quality of the people involved, particularly when it comes to community involvement. In just a few short months, they have sponsored a toy giveaway to benefit homeless families and a summer concert series for our senior citizens. Without a doubt, they have kept their word to us about getting involved, and I am absolutely confident that they will continue to be excellent partners for us in Malden as we work together to capitalize on the opportunities with this project. The City of Everett has picked an excellent partner, and as a neighboring community, I am appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. Councilor D'Arcangelo of Malden.
Thank you very much.
And I'd ask Alderman Matt McLaughlin of Somerville to take the ready chair. You'll be next on line. Councilor D'Arcangelo.
Good afternoon to the Commission, and thank you, Everett, for the warm welcome for a couple of Malden guys here. I'm very pleased as Councilor at Large in Malden to tell you how much my constituents are behind this. And as the mayor indicated, to be the first community to sign a surrounding community agreement is very significant, and Everett has a partner in Malden. The other thing I really want to express to you folks is, I've been involved in business for quite a long time and public policy as well. So I've been in negotiations, whether on the public policy side and millions of dollars doing roads and bridges and things like that when I worked and served 3 governors and in the state senate, but also in the business world as a small business owner, a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and working business deals in the corporations that I've worked for, millions of dollars in transportation contracts there and things. And so you enter these negotiations and you talk to people, and it's usually people tell you hyperbole or one thing or another. That is not the case with Wynn. Wynn tells you what they're going to do, and then they do it. These are people of integrity. These are professionals that treated us professionally and with the utmost integrity. And they really stood out to me and my colleagues on the city council and the mayor and the administration as well. So I really just want to impress that upon you, how we really felt like they were a partner. We worked through these issues together, which some of them are very complex. Solving the remediation of the environmentally sensitive site there, some of the transportation issues. We're very pleased in Malden to be the transportation hub for this project if it goes forward. So again, on behalf of my constituents who are very much supportive of this project, the business community in Malden, which is very much supportive of this project, I too am very much in support of this project. And I think it's a no-brainer when you look at the 2 proposals. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Alderman McLaughlin and Chief Stephen Muzzy of the City of Everett will be the next speaker. So, Chief, if you wanted to get to the ready seat.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak and to have the opportunity to probably be the least popular person in the room. As the Ward 1 Alderman in East Somerville, which is right across the river from the proposed Everett site, my constituents do not support the Everett development. They have many concerns, one of them being traffic. It took me about an hour to get here from downtown Boston today, but we'll leave that at that. The question is, how is this going to support the surrounding communities economically? And that's what I'd like to focus on myself. I don't see this development supporting Assembly Square. I don't see it supporting Lower Broadway. I don't see it supporting Wellington Circle. I don't see it supporting any of the businesses in the area outside of Wynn itself. And there will be great tax revenue regardless of whether you put it in Everett or Revere. There's no question that this will be a revenue generating thing, and it's going to be good for somebody, but I think that this site is not the best site. And I'd just like to give a little rundown as to why. When I was a young kid watching Sesame Street, there used to be this little thing called one of these things is not like the other. And you'd compare 3 things and see that one of the things just doesn't match. And I just want to run down what the Wynn Casino is competing with here. We have the Wynn Casino with the contaminated Monsanto site next to the Target and the shopping complex there, next to Wellington Circle, next to Legoland, with no transportation, no public transportation at all. These things none of these make sense. None of them go together. But however, when you look at the Revere site, you see a lot of things go together there. You see horse racing, which it goes hand in hand with gambling. You see hotels, goes hand in hand with gambling. You see airports, which goes hand in hand with the influx of revenue we're trying to get. We see a beach boardwalk in Revere that has been dilapidated for a while and could really use revitalization. I just look at the 2 sites and I say, which one makes the most sense to have a casino in it? This one that's pigeonholed on one of the most contaminated rivers in the state, or one that's in a neighborhood that is actually could make that into a thriving neighborhood. So that's all I really have to say. I understand the people in Everett.
No, just a minute.
I appreciate that
just
because this would be a good thing for people in Everett. There's no doubt about that. What about Somerville? What about the surrounding neighborhoods? What about the businesses there? Which one of these makes the most sense? Which one is the most capable of having a casino? Hands down, that's Revere. The money that will be spent at the casino there will be spent everywhere else in Revere. If you have it in Everett, it's going to be spent at the Wynn Casino, and that's it. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Now, just a minute now. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Just a minute. Just a minute. We're better than that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We're here tonight. We're here tonight to listen to the opponents, and we're here to listen to the people who favor it. And we're here to listen to them respectfully, and we're going to do that. I know we all want to do that, and we expect that from each other. So let's proceed in that fashion for the rest of the evening. Chief.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You'll definitely make up some time with me because I'll be extremely brief. What I'd like to say is that the Everett Police Department is very well positioned to provide public safety services to the city in general, but in particular, if we are prepared to police the immediate and surrounding areas of the proposed site for a Wynn Resort if they are awarded the license. We've done our research. We feel comfortable about what we know and expect to see if a casino resort is licensed in Everett. Currently, our staffing levels are at their highest point in decades. Our embrace of crime analysis and data-driven crime reduction strategies have resulted in a 31% reduction in crime since 2008. In concluding this fall, we'll have put 13 new officers on the street, 10 of them already trained and out of the academy, and 3 more being processed right now. With the host community agreement in place, we feel very comfortable that we will not only be able to address the increased calls for service and other demands that will be placed on us, but we'll be able to have a permanent presence in that area of the cited hotel and casino. Since 2003, I've led this department, and I feel we're one of the best trained, best equipped departments in the state. In addition, our partnerships and relationships with both public sector and private sector entities is unmatched. In addition, we have one of the best and longest standing relationships with the Massachusetts State Police, who I know we'd be working with on a daily basis. In closing, we listen to the people and understand the people's needs in our city, and it's resulted in ongoing dialogue. And it's helped us to do a better job and keep Everett strong, and that's what we'll continue to do if this resort license is awarded here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, our next speaker is Joseph Marino, and the speaker after that will be Louise Lozano. So if Ms. Lozano would come down and take the ready chair and Mr. Marino would go to the podium, we can proceed. Mr. Marino.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Marino. I have lived in Everett for more than 50 years.
You need to go to the, speak right into that microphone there so everybody can hear you.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Oh, that's good.
Every person has spoken to these commission hearings that come from Everett and Revere. And everyone would like to have it in their city. That's natural. And if the only natural way that they want it in their city, and if the proposals were close, all that the commission would have to do is to toss a coin to see which city gets the casino. The proposals are not close at all. This past January 2nd, this commission said the 2 plans are very different from each other. That statement could not be more true. We all agree to that. First of all, a 5-star hotel is a lot better than a 3-star hotel because of its splendor. The 5-star hotel would draw more people, especially from overseas. That's the goal. Being on the Mystic River, it is easier to get to by land than water, improving land traffic. This hotel will be run under the direction of Steve Wynn, a professional who has experience of operating resort hotels the world over, earning 5-star ratings from Forbes magazines and given high praise from other magazines. High on Mr. Wynn's list is fair treatment for all its employees, which in turn leads to better treatment for guests. That's why Mr. Wynn's favorite 2 words are guest experience. Steve Wynn has worldwide experience for over 40 years and the best choice to succeed in Everett for more of a share for the income for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Because of its glittering height, when this 5 hotel is built in Everett, it will be recognized as a shining beacon that can be seen from all around. I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marino.
And I would like to present veterans' signatures for this project.
Surely. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, next, I made a mistake. I think we have a trinity next. Linda Maloney, Louise Lozano, and Christine Ragucci. And let me just say that the next speaker would be Sandy Giuliano, if she could come to the ready chair. All right, ladies, thank you.
Good afternoon. Because there are so many people speaking, we decided to speak together. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity. My cousins and I have been following this whole process very closely for over the year, and we can't imagine how difficult it is for your gaming commission, so thank you for your patience. My name is Linda Ragucci Maloney, a lifelong resident of Everett, and I'm here with my two cousins, Louise Lozano and Christine Ragucci. As family, we would like to present to you why we are so passionate about bringing the Wynn Resort to our beloved city of Everett. To start, we would like to say that I am proud to be in support of the Wynn organization. They have done everything by the book, on time, and gone over and above everything they have been required of them. We are so lucky that a company like Wynn is willing to pay for the cleanup of that contaminated site and bring to Everett a five-star resort that will be the gateway to our city. My parents and my brother all live less than a quarter of a mile from this polluted site on Beecham Street, as did my cousin Louise.
Good afternoon. My name is Louise Ragucci Lozano. I now reside in Melrose. However, I was born and raised on Beecham Street, an area often referred to the Line or Lower Broadway, which is about a quarter of a mile from the present contaminated site. I remember that site when it was the Monsanto Chemical Company, a flourishing chemical factory that employed many Everett residents. Living so close to the Monsanto, I have vivid memories. Depending on the way the wind blew, we often got the smell of rotten eggs, sulfur. The air was often filled with yellow dust particles. These particles would accumulate on the cars so we could write our names on the cars. The dust particles would accumulate on the window in the window sills so that we would often have to keep our windows closed while indoors. As children playing outdoors, we often suffered from dry coughs, burning eyes, and some suffered with severe respiratory problems. At that time, I did not realize that contaminated air could be such a health hazard. However, today, as a nurse, I am fully aware of that. Throughout the years, friends, family, and friends of friends have suffered from chronic lung disease, and some have died of cancer. Although the visible signs of contamination are not obvious in the air today, and the factories have gone, there are still health issues prevalent. The contamination in the ground of arsenic, lead, and copper is leaching out to the Mystic River, the lakes, and the inner harbor. So it is not only a problem for the residents of Everett, but for the surrounding communities. Mr. Wynn is willing to clean up the site, revitalize and beautify it, and hopefully resolve the health issue for generations to come. My name is Christine Ragucci, and I have resided in Everett for over 51 years with my husband Vincent, who was also born and raised down the line. As you can see by the pictures we have handed out to you, Mr. Wynn is going to take that contaminated site, turn it into a beautiful five-star resort. His plan allocates hundreds and thousands of dollars to beautify the Mystic River waterfront with a lavishly landscaped public area, pedestrian and bicycle paths, oyster beds in the river, picnic areas for the enjoyment of all. Steve Wynn's traffic proposal includes a water shuttle connecting Everett and its surrounding communities to Boston and to the airport. I encourage you, the Mass Gaming Commission, to consider the significant benefits that this project will bring, not only to this community,
but to its surrounding neighbors. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I called Sandy Giuliano. I take it that she is not here, so... All right, then the next person I'd like to call is Michael McLaughlin to take a seat in the ready chair, please. All right, Ms. Giuliano.
Thank you. Thank you again. I spoke in front of you in Boston. And I have today my partner. He is the fourth generation of the Sanchetta and Giuliano family,
Nice to see you.
born and raised in Everett. So I have my dad here with me tonight, my son, my grandson, and myself. So 4 generations. And we are presenting tonight, I think, about 2,000 supporter cards that we worked very diligently to have signed, and we want to give those to you. I know you've heard it all along, and what I had wanted to say tonight, I'm going to ask you to do something very difficult. I know why you're here, but I want you to take the casino out of the equation just while I talk. Suffolk Downs is a beautiful piece of property. They could be anything, absolutely anything. The Monsanto site is horrid. If there wasn't a casino in the picture, you had a developer coming in and taking that site and restoring it to its former glory, it would be no decision whatsoever. And that's what I'm asking you to think about tonight. One other note, we do not have a function hall in the city of Everett. I belong to a lot of Everett organizations. There is no function hall to have any of our events at. Kiwanis, we go to Spinelli's. The Chamber, we go to Spinelli's. Spinelli's is great, but we should be in Everett. We should be giving our money here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great, great, thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad we were able to borrow the cart for the night. Mr. McLaughlin, and then next will be Jay Campbell. Mr. Campbell, if you'd take the ready chair. Mr. McLaughlin.
Commissioners, good evening and welcome to the City of Everett. It is great to stand before you again this evening, as I have in Boston and multitude of other times throughout the past year. I come tonight in a little bit of a unique situation. Last November, I had a year-ending injury, not a career-ending injury, which was I lost the city council race. I represented the area for the past 2 years on the City Council of Lower Broadway, which is what we're talking about this evening. I strongly feel that Wynn Resorts is right for the City of Everett for a host of other reasons. Alderman McLaughlin, same last name, from Somerville talked tonight about not being a great neighbor. As I said to you in Boston, North Somerville has been a great neighbor to the City of Everett. They shoved Assembly Road down our throat without ever asking any opinion from the City of Everett in a sludge plant on Lower Broadway, which negatively impacted our residents, and never asked for our opinion. So let's not talk about why we're not good neighbors, but they're great neighbors, because they're not. I had an opportunity tonight to appear on a TV show to discuss a measure that was voted on yesterday, and I applaud you, commissioners, for continuing to go forward with the process and not wait till November to see what will happen, which I believe it will be that the casino law will stay in place. As I spoke to many residents last weekend throughout the Democratic Convention in Worcester, as I traveled throughout the hall, I heard from many residents as I was whipping for a candidate. Most people who support casinos in Massachusetts, they may not support having one in their community. We here in Everett supported it by 87% on a very hot day last June. And again, we hope that you will consider supporting our efforts. When resorts came into the City of Everett, told us what they were going to do, and never wavered from their commitment to the city of Everett. And I applaud Mayor DiMaria for signing a great host community agreement with Wynn Resorts last year, which will bring in a host of benefits to our community and truly the surrounding communities. And that's why I believe you've seen that 8 of our surrounding communities have signed surrounding communities with Wynn Resorts. So tonight, again, I just can humbly ask that you will consider everybody's comments here tonight and the 87% that voted favorably last June on a hot summer afternoon and on a Saturday, and support allowing progress to go forward and give it to a 5-star resort, not a 3-star resort. And I thank you for your time.
All right, Mr. McLaughlin, thank you. Mr. Campbell and Dan Skerritt will be the next speaker, so if you'd come to the chair, please. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I love that you have a timer there, so it keeps me on track.
So do we.
I actually work in Charlestown, and I live in Medford. So I'm 3rd generation Medford. I haven't lived in Everett, and I'm the one who has to drive through Sullivan Square. I'm the one who has to go through Wellington. And what I did was, and I'm not really a gambler, and I'm going to have all this traffic coming through. And what I did was I really looked at and studied, because I do live in Medford, what makes the most sense. And I looked at this in all different ways, and I kept on coming to the conclusion that the Wynn Casino not only makes the most sense, but from a business standpoint, you put a business in an area that not only does the business itself enhance the area, but what can the area do for the business? And I think that's been taken out of, I haven't heard too much of that. And I just want to touch base on why I believe the Wynn Casino really does belong there. And from looking at it from the land use standpoint, it's going on to what people are saying is a very contaminated site, but it's also going on to the water. And when one of the other presenters talked about how it's just the most polluted river, it may be. Boston Harbor used to be most polluted as well, and I had my son out there doing paddleboarding 2 weekends ago. So we can get cleaned up. And this project will help clean that up. But it's also, what does a casino need? What type of environment should the casino go into? They typically want to go into a spot where there's hotels. Medford at Stations Landing is having built one of the first AC Marriott hotels. They can plan on building 200. They're putting it there. Whether the casino goes in or not, it's going in there. Cruise ships. They'll have direct access from cruise ships to the casino. Convention center. Convention center people have direct access from the convention center to the casino. The city of Medford has received a grant from the state of Massachusetts for over $700,000 to study the feasibility of a water taxi. All these are taking place regardless of the Wynn Casino. But when you look at where should a casino go, it should go right there. It makes the most sense. You have the Assembly Row, which is a great development. Unfortunately, they didn't do what you've done, which is force developers to fix the traffic situation. And that's what some of the Wynn's going to do. So when they put this big casino in, and everyone talks about the casino, but they don't talk about the hotel that's going in there. They don't talk about the higher-end shopping. In Medford, we have a development right near Stations Landing that's been owned by the same family for 60 years. It was just sold for higher end. The Wynn Casino is a higher-end development. I think when you look at this project, you'll see that the Wynn Casino, the higher-end Wynn Casino, it fits in this neighborhood. It's the way it's going. The riverfront has received all sorts of awards for the developments that have taken place. Stations Landing, River's Edge, Assembly Row is doing it. So it's an extension. It's fitting into the neighborhood. You have incredible businesses within walking distance, indoor rock climbing, jumping zone. Legoland's only 3-hour, people drive for 3 hours. So it's going into the right development. I think it makes the most sense. I'm not alone. I want to give this to the commission. Some signatures from the people of Medford. So I'll hand this to you and I'll...
Thank you. Mr. Skerritt, and next will be Dennis Michella.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Mr. Skerritt, good afternoon.
My name is Dan Skerritt. I'm a resident of the city of Everett, small business owner, and strong supporter of Wynn Resorts coming to Everett. Much has been said today, and I'm just so excited to not have to bring my notes, because I'll tell you, to follow up on many of the positive points that have been brought forth would just be redundant. But from sitting back there and listening, what I can think of saying to the commissioners would be a resort that would complement the city of Boston, the city of Somerville, the city of Malden, the surrounding cities. What comes to mind is you have the Constitution in Charlestown, you have in Cambridge, you have the Harvard universities, you have the MITs, the draws for the cities. In Everett, we have none of that. Much has been said already about what it would mean to the community, to Massachusetts in general, if this resort were to be built. I am here to say one of the strongest points that I have, and I've spoken to many of the Wynn people, is what does it mean to the community? What does it mean to the children? On many occasions, from meeting with them, what they have done is really not let me down and let the community down. They're very focused, they're very detailed. Even here today, we know that the children from the high school are presenting the food. They have touched base with the schools. They're very involved, as someone said earlier, with dealing with the children who are less fortunate. They've dealt with that. What I can say from my perspective would be that these are the people that mean what they say, and I believe that they will do what they mean. They have been very supportive. I belong to this wonderful organization, the Everett United. It has been a blessing. It's great to work with them. One of the strong reasons why I stick with them also is they have also said to me, when I asked them, how will you deal with the minority businesses? They sat down and they said, Dan, we are going to make an appointment and we will meet with them. They were really very much, they had that done. So they have not disappointed me. I continue to stand strong with them. I continue to support the city, not only as a resident, but also as someone who would like to see the city move forward.
Thank you.
Wynn Resorts will do just that.
Thank you
so
very much. I called Dennis Michella. Is he here? No. So I'll call Vincent Rigucci Jr. And Michael Mangan will be the next speaker. So if you'd come to the ready chair, please. Thank you very much, sir. All right, Mr. Rigucci.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, for having this session here in Everett. We have just handed you hundreds of citizen letters of support for the Wynn Casino in Everett, Massachusetts. I am also in support of the Wynn Resort and establishment in the city of Everett. I started way back after the mayor made a decision to bring the Wynn Casino to our city, of course, after Mr. Wynn saw it and committed to do it. You know, I'm just a citizen of the city of Everett. I'm not on anyone's payroll. I enjoy what I'm doing. But before I made the commitment to do it, I asked His Honor the Mayor, what kind of a commitment do we have from the city of Everett? And after about 5 minutes of listening to him, my mind was ready. Well, it was ready because when the Wynn Casino was being built in Las Vegas, I was a senior vice president of a company that was called out by the Wynn security people to do terrorist training for their security people and for the resort itself. We flew out with a team of 5 people. We met with the security people at a 9 o'clock breakfast session in a building that was under construction. We left that meeting with the warm and the fuzzies because they were extremely interested. We were prepared to spend the rest of the week going from casino to casino selling our wares. That's what salespeople do. And after I did my background check of the Wynn people, I says, no, we're going out for dinner tonight. And by the time we get back to the hotel, we're going to have telephone calls. What are you, crazy? We came all the way to... Relax. We got back to our hotel at about 8 o'clock at night. We were at the Bellagio at the time. We had 11 appointments with the other casinos on the Strip.
You know why they called us? Because Wynn called them. Everybody knows everybody. Their reputation far exceeds the name Wynn and how they deal with people. It was an excellent experience. I'm in. I'm all in. These people who are here, in his honor the mayor and the people from the city of Everett, all have put everything since they've begun. The communications going back and forth have been absolutely perfect. I think you can agree, I hope you can agree at this point, that they've been on time with the documentation. They've given you more than they might have been able to. The way I got the warm and the fuzzies then, I hope you get the warm and the fuzzies when it's time to sign the license and award it to these people. We're going to build a 5-star hotel in Everett with your help, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. All right, next is Michael Mangan, and after that, Mr. Frank Parker.
Thank you, Commissioners, for letting me address you again. I did several times in Boston because I felt it was very important. I'm here to touch on two different things. First is, over the past 6 months or so, just average citizens here in the city of Everett, as Mr. McHugh, as you spoke at the beginning of the meeting, you said one of the big issues was the support from the community around to see was going to be a major factor. Certainly the 87% was a huge issue here, but we wanted to see in Everett, the folks in Everett, was there additional support outside of Everett. So over the past 6 months, myself and several citizens of Everett have gone out to events like the Boston Garden, Celtics events, Bruins events, the Marathon, and talked to individuals, you know, about would they support, you know, like a Wynn casino coming in, not just a casino, but a Wynn casino. We have hundreds and hundreds of signatures here of the names, the addresses, and the zip codes of everybody here. Like I said, way outside of Everett from all around the state. So first, I'd like to present that to you. And finally, I did say this in Boston, but I just want to reiterate because I think it's very important. When you choose an operator, I think it's always best to choose somebody that goes above and beyond the call of duty. And from, you know, early this year, I did some research on the Wynn Corporation. Mr. Wynn has given millions and millions and millions of dollars to the school department in the city of Las Vegas. Not because he was obligated, it wasn't contractual, it was just something that he thought it was the right thing to do. And there's no doubt in my mind that if, you know, Wynn's allowed to operate here in the city of Everett, not only will he do what he did for Las Vegas out there, he'll do the same thing here for Everett, and I'm sure for some of the surrounding communities to help better the education system. So I hope, and as again I said, when you choose somebody that goes above and beyond the call of duty, and I believe Wynn has proven to do that, so I hope you will consider them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parker and Paul Dobbins will be next, so Mr. Dobbins to the ready chair, please. Mr. Parker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Frank Parker. I am a lifelong resident of Everett, residing at 28 Freeman Ave. I've been serving on the school committee for the past 12 years, where in my current capacity, I'm the vice chairman. I had the privilege of speaking before you early in March, and I was telling you about the Everett Public Schools and the challenges that we face, but we all came away with agreeing it's a very vibrant school system. So just to be repetitive, 7,000 students. 50% of those 7,000 students, English is not spoken at home as the primary language. There are over 50 dialects of different languages spoken throughout the city in our school system. This is the alarming thing. Back in March, I told you 70% of our school population was at or below poverty level, and that was measured by who received free or reduced lunch. Sadly, I'm here to tell you, as Dr. Stella said earlier, it's now 80%. 80% of our students are at poverty level or below. So since we last met in March, 600 more kids have crossed the line. Think about that. 600 more kids. That's 10 kids per day since we met back in that cold day in March. So what's happening in Everett, right? I told you we have that 30% transition rate, if you remember that. So 7,000 kids in a school year. Tomorrow's the last day of school. 2,400 of those 7,000 kids would have not have started the school year here in Everett. They replaced somebody else who did. So as a result, we have these challenges performing to the state metrics because we can't keep kids in the system long enough because their parents are out pursuing better paying jobs or may move into another community where there's lower rent. We know in Everett, and I got to stop doing that because Kyle told me to stop using my hands last time. We know in Everett, the longer we have them and the earlier we get them, the better they perform. That's why we have free preschool for 3- and 4-year-olds. We have free all-day kindergarten. So my message back then was, this is an opportunity for Everett. It brings better paying jobs than our community has now. We're hearing that the unemployment rate is going down, but yet, as I pointed out, our poverty level is going up. This is a wonderful opportunity for the state, the region, the Commonwealth, the children of Everett. We're poor. By all stats and demographics, we're poor. But I'm going to tell you right now, we're rich. We're rich in history. We're rich in people. We're rich in culture. We're rich in hard work and voter approval. Give us the opportunity, because we're not rich in opportunity. We're going to get there without you or not. But, we want to get there faster with your help. Give us the opportunity by awarding this license. You're awarding us opportunity. And then in closing, there's one other thing that we're very rich in, and I believe this from the bottom of my heart, and my colleagues are here, and I'm sure they'll tell you the same. We're rich in teachers. We have over 500 teachers that are mentors. They advocate for the kids. They don't just educate, they inspire. I see it every day for the last 12 years. They reach down into that kid's DNA, and they pull out the creativity, the goodness, and show them which way to go. So you give us the opportunity, I can guarantee you we're going to match up those teachers, bring out the best of these young people, and as a partnership, we're going to succeed. So thank you for your time. I look forward to working with you in September. Thank you.
All right, Paul Dobbins, and the next speaker is Terry Baldwin Williams. To the ready chair, please. Mr. Dobbins.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
A year ago this past weekend, 87%, almost 90% of the citizens of this community voted in favor of this project. That's unheard of. Unheard of. In a minute, you're going to see I have a exhibit, I guess, to show the support. But what I want to speak on until then is the Wynn brand. I think a lot of people have gotten to know the Wynn brand over the last year or so. Unparalleled success in the industry. What started, I guess, from being kind of a Las Vegas history geek, I guess. What I kind of know is started with a parking lot next to Caesars, turned into Mirage, which turned into Treasure Island, which turned into, a lot of people don't remember, that pretty much the showpiece in the middle of the strip is the Bellagio. That Bellagio was built by Steve Wynn, which that completely transformed the Las Vegas Strip, which allowed for City Center to happen, Mandalay Bay, and just completely transformed the entire thing. So I guess my point in making these statements are everything that Mr. Wynn touches, going back to the Golden Nugget in the early 70s, up until Wynn Encore and Wynn Macau and Encore, turns to gold. And I personally, and I think a lot of other people, including Mayor DeMaria, would like to be part of a gold rush in the city of Everett. And I thank you. Now, before we end, I just have a little, when 87% of the people of this community voted to, accept this project, we actually had an event down at the Silver Fox down the street, and we had a banner that has almost 500 plus signatures on it. We got a few more today. We'd like to show you that banner.
All right, Mr. Dobbins, thank you very much. Ms. Baldwin Williams. And the next speaker will be James Saketa.
Good afternoon, commissioners, friends, and neighbors. My name's Terry Baldwin, and I'm a resident of the city of Everett. I'm happy to be here today to express how important having the Wynn Casino in Everett is to the city and its residents. We've worked hard to come this far because we know what a huge impact the casino will have on our community. And you have to remember that this project isn't solely about a place to gamble. It's also about a beautiful 5-star hotel with restaurants, retail shops, a marina, a spa, and so much more. But most importantly, it's about people. The people needed to construct this huge complex. People needed to staff the hotel, cook those fabulous meals, wait on diners, manage the stores, tend the bars, man the marina, massage away aches and pains, park cars, not to mention deal blackjack, handle money, provide security, and administer all facets of this major development. And Everett has those people, ready, willing, and able to serve. Talented, educated people, as well as people who are underemployed but who seek a better future for themselves and their families. You know, Everett used to be able to employ its residents. We had the GE, Monsanto, and so many other manufacturers. We had shops of all kinds on every corner. Everett Square was thriving. My family has lived in the same house on Main Street for over 110 years, and we've seen the changes in our community. We've watched the waves of immigrants who have called Everett home and then moved on. We've seen the population shift from family-owned homes to transient rentals and back again. We now see the pride returning to our neighborhoods. We know already that just the mere possibility of the casino in Everett has boosted local property values. And I can't help but believe that this pride will multiply exponentially with the Wynn Everett Casino complex in our front yard. In addition, Everett has seen a lot of progress in the last several years. Although we now have beautiful schools, lovely parks, improving infrastructure, new water mains, utilities, and road surfaces, we still have a long way to go. Of course, our taxes have skyrocketed to fund these changes, and that's where this project will be a godsend. The income to our city from this development will be life-altering. Better education for our children, care for our elderly, and a future for our working poor. These are the possibilities we can realize from having the Wynn Casino in Everett. Even the Expanded Gaming Act itself creates opportunities within the community college system to train local residents in the hospitality industry, the gaming arts, and associated management skills. Then there's also the training provided by in-house by the Wynn organization, which will open doors for so many Everettites. In addition, the Wynn project will clean up the environmental nightmare at the old Monsanto site. Steve Wynn is offering what is most likely the only opportunity that will come our way to have this contaminated property reclaimed to a safe, healthful, and profitable condition for which you and I and our grandchildren won't have to be paying for the rest of our lives. And we have found many other people who feel the same way. Therefore, I would like to present to the Commission this folder containing letters from members of the general public who agree that the Wynn Development's plans for the Mystic Valley and Mystic River environs is the highest and best use of the property for Everett and its residents. We're not looking to Mr. Wynn and his development to be the panacea for all of Everett's problems. However, we do see it as a way for Everett to take back our city, to unlock the best it can be, to make Everett truly a city of pride, progress, and possibilities, and the Wynn Everett Resort holds the key. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. All right, Mr. Saketa and Joseph Marino will be the next speaker.
Well, I had so many things to say, but all these people that preceded me have come up with all the thoughts that I've had. But I'm 87 years old. I've been in the city of Everett every day of my life. I've seen everything about this city that has happened in 87 years. This thing that is going to go on with the city, we've already got a Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. We don't need another one here. We need somebody with new ideas to come here, not only for Everett, but for the state of Massachusetts. We have colleges here that people come to visit their students that come from all over the world. We have a medical capacity in this city of Boston that's second to none. People who come here for an operation, where are they going to take their wives and stay for 3 or 4 days while the operation? By the way, I died 3 times. Thank God the hospitals were good. They brought me back to life. and when they brought me back to life, they said, again? But my great-grandson was here delivering papers here, and my daughter was here, and I have 2 of my daughters here, 2 of my sons here, and I've lived here every day of my life, and it's been a pleasure. But I'm supposed to talk about the fact that yesterday I was at the IBEW in Boston, and I got my 61-year pin. When I speak for the unions, what a beautiful thing it was when I got accepted and was able to get a job. These people that are coming out of colleges, there are not that many jobs. Let's bring somebody like Wynn into this state and have all these 4,000 jobs be available to all these kids that are getting out. I got 14 people all in school going to colleges. And luckily, they've been finding jobs. But when I was a kid, I was 16 years old, and I was playing music in this hall. That's 71 years ago. And right now, I play music in this hall for the past 22 years, every third Wednesday of the month. So I feel comfortable in this room. I play right behind you. But anyhow,
well, maybe we'll come back.
I'm hoping that Wynn will give me a job in the casino. I guess I covered most of the things that I had to cover, but we really need this casino. And I think the only correct people that should have this are the Wynn people, because we need it not only for Everett, for Massachusetts. Connecticut already has a Mohegan Sun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Marino. All right. Thank you, sir. You were on here twice. All right. Louise Ann Zawardny, and then Roger Thistle. Louise Ann Zawardny is next.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There she is. All right.
I don't generally do this. I know I spoke before the commission in Boston previously, and as the previous fellow had said, I think everybody is doing a great job explaining things. I'm coming from a different point here, so I'm going to start my remarks. My name is Louise Zawardny. Chairman McHugh, commissioners, and I'm Louise Zawardny, and I'm a 35-year Everett resident. First of all, I personally want to welcome you to Everett, the home of the 87%. I want to thank each of you for agreeing to undertake the implementation of the Massachusetts gaming law on behalf of the Commonwealth. I look at the Wynn Everett project as being the best destination resort proposal, not only for this region, but also for the whole Commonwealth. At the end of your deliberations, I respectfully urge you to award the Region A license to the Wynn Everett Resort, which certainly meets the criteria of a project that would be most beneficial to our Commonwealth as a whole. On a personal point and observation, I'm sure everyone in this room has experienced the breathtaking beauty of the Boston skyline. Us in Everett look to the Boston skyline. It's magnificent. Now it will be a chance for the Boston skyline to look this way to a magnificent Everett resort. In my opinion, Wynn Everett is the right project. It's our time. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zawardny. Mr. Thistle.
Yes, sir.
I think I skipped over Charles DePerry, though, so I'll ask him to take the next. No, sir. That's all right. You stay there, and I'll have Mr. DePerry next.
Okay.
Sure.
Very good. Good evening. My name is Roger Thistle. I'm an Everett resident and homeowner. I'd like to thank the commissioners for allowing me to speak today and to voice my support of my support and my family's support for Win Everett. My speaking today is more of my personal experience and feelings, and not to stand here and make negative comments of our competitor as they did yesterday at their hearing, knowing the only way they can defeat a superior opponent like Win Everett is to try and destroy the opposition's credibility, reputation, and trust. But I do wish all the applicants the best of luck in light of yesterday's decisions. Back in early 2013, I read in the local Everett papers that our mayor had entered into a host community agreement with the Wynn Group to build a 5-star resort casino on 30 acres of waterfront property in Everett. After reading every inch of the agreement and realizing the benefits it could provide with the annual additional funding and over 3,500 construction jobs and 4,000 permanent jobs once completed, I knew I had to get involved somehow to get the casino referendum passed. I contacted my Ward 6 representative at the time, Mike McLaughlin, and he put me in touch with Everett United. Everett United was exactly what I was looking for, a truly non-political, volunteer, grassroots group of citizens like myself who all wanted the same thing, a better Everett. The goal of Everett United from the first meeting was to get the information out to all our neighbors, friends, and businesses, the benefits of having a casino located in Everett would bring us. After a lot of meetings, a lot of walking, and a lot of talking to our residents, on a warm Saturday in June of last year, 87% of our residents overwhelmingly voted in favor of the casino referendum. And those Everett United volunteers who I'd like to stand up and be recognized have worked tirelessly throughout this process, and I now have the privilege of calling them my friends. And I ask you today to make the clear and obvious choice of selecting Wynn Everett as the regional A casino operator, with the hope that someday my daughter can visit or take a boat ride over from Boston and say to my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren, see that beautiful resort in Everett? Your grandfather helped build it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thistle, thank you very much, sir.
I also have an envelope to present from various civic and fraternal organizations who are also in support of Wynn
Surely,
Everett.
we'd be happy to take that.
Hello, guys.
All right, Mr. DePerry, and then Samson Adea.
I'm here to speak for the senior citizens of Everett. I'm from 66 Main Street. I live in a senior building, and most of the seniors are right here. You want to stand up, ladies? We're the people that have suffered through the years, through the pollution of Monsanto Chemical Company. We used to swim in the boundary lines of the Monsanto Chemical Company, and we also had we lost family members from the Monsanto Chemical Company, I believe. We're starting to see some development on Lower Broadway, and it looks good. And we think once Steve Wynn comes in, it's going to be a no-brainer. Like I think it was the chief of the fire police yesterday said, and he was for Revere, and he said it's a win-win situation. Do you remember hearing that? Well, anyways, us senior citizens, we gave up our 4 o'clock nap. We gave up our 5 o'clock cocktail hour. And we're here to say, please, please, it's win for all, and it's win for all the surrounding communities. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I have a petition.
All right, Mr. Thistle, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Adia, and then Jamie McNeil is next. Mr. Adia.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Samson Idea. I'm a current employee of Wynn Las Vegas and a proud member of Unite Here Local 226. I also would like to thank the Gaming Commission for giving me a chance to present my second testimony regarding my truthful experience as a long-time employee at Wynn Las Vegas, which I also believe that will help the Commission to make the right decision. I'm an immigrant from Ethiopia, started life here in the United States from scratch and got where I am now. My union job at WIN has a lot to contribute to my present life standard. In addition to great pay and tips, I have a free family health insurance and a pension. I'm also be able to provide for myself and my very poor family, which includes my mother, which is retired back home, where there is no social security to support herself. I would like to say more about the tips when Mr. Madsen say about tips. Because of those great tips, I am be able to provide myself and my family. It is because of also the quality of the service and the beautiful resort which was built by Mr. Wayne, which invited a lot of people from all over the world to come and get a great service in Wynn Las Vegas. Working as a bus runner at Wynn Resort is a great opportunity for me. As I said, Mr. Wynn created this great world resort and hired qualified workers. Some trained for free at our culinary training academy, like myself. The best customer service brings in many repeated customers from different parts of the world. For instance, as a food runner, I serve a songwriter who comes back from Canada every year. Each year he tells me about his new songs he wrote. Customers come back from Canada and Europe and always ask me, how come you stayed on this job for a long time? The answer is clear, because Wynn Resort treats me very well, respects my union and my rights under the contract, plus the great benefits and pay makes me to stay there. I'm happy to stay and serve my customers continuously. So I know Wynn will not only build a beautiful resort, but also a great workplace with great benefits. Workers with Everett deserve the opportunity to provide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Jamie McNeil was the next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jamie McNeil. I've been a lifelong resident of Boston and the North Shore. I'm speaking tonight as a representative of Unite Here Local 26. Our union represents over 6,000 hotel and food service workers in the Boston area and 100,000 hospitality workers in casinos, making Unite Here the largest gaming workers union in the world. As you just heard, Wynn Resorts is recognized as a first-class resort casino developer and operator. A major part of a first-class resort is excellent hospitality and customer service, and that is achieved through a cooperative relationship between management and labor. For over 25 years, Wynn has worked in partnership with our union and others to provide stable hospitality jobs with excellent compensation. Good casino jobs enable workers to provide for their families and give back to their communities. And the limited turnover and employee commitment that comes from a good union job are necessary components of a successful casino resort. Wynn Resorts pioneered the mega resort model of casinos. As large resort casinos began to incorporate celebrity chefs and other branded restaurants, Mr. Wynn recognized that not only would it be unfair if workers doing the same jobs across the resort did not enjoy the same high standards, but also that the different standards could threaten his overarching goal of providing excellent customer service. Consequently, Wynn Resorts has taken the same approach to neutrality and towards subcontracted and non-subcontracted restaurants. If the promise of good jobs and uninterrupted tax revenue is to be realized in Massachusetts, we need a gaming employer with a long history of working cooperatively with labor. Wynn has that record. On behalf of the 100,000 gaming workers that our union represents, Unite Here enthusiastically offers our support for the Wynn Resorts proposal in Everett. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. All right, Charles Rodasta is the next speaker, followed by Robin Brickley. Charles Rodasta, please.
I'll repeat, my name is Charles Rodasta, and I am a resident of the city of Everett. I am here to speak in favor of a license for Wynn Resorts to build and operate a casino in this community. The other applicant for a license, Mohegan Sun, wants to build and operate a casino in the city of Revere. Both sites are approximately 5 miles apart, and in both cases, access to major highways, the airport, and other means of transportation are virtually identical, with one major exception. The Everett site will have a marina with water access for pleasure boats and marine transportation to and from Boston and the airport. In both cases, a casino will bring many construction jobs and many permanent jobs to each location, and no one can deny the beneficial impact to either community and to the surrounding area. Much has been promised by both applicants in the way of compensation to various communities, to the Commonwealth, and to the cities where they will be sited. It must be stressed, however, that if the applicant is not financially viable, then these promises are meaningless. Mohegan Sun has been having serious financial problems. As recently as 2 years ago, there were published reports that Mohegan was on the verge of bankruptcy. In fact, their auditors attached a going concern warning to their audited financial statements. In essence, that statement was the auditor's evaluation of Mohegan's ability to continue as a going concern. Before the auditor issues that warning, they consider such items as negative trends in operating results, loan defaults, denial of trade credit from suppliers, and a host of other factors. I doubt they have recovered in the 2 years since that statement was issued. Furthermore, published articles indicate their revenue and attendance has been steadily declining. Another consideration that the Commission should evaluate is the fact that Suffolk Downs will be the landlord, Mohegan will own the casino, and the project will be financed by a New York hedge fund. All of this is a recipe for disaster. It only adds additional operating expense to their venture. If Mohegan is granted the license, I have visions of a financial fiasco. A fiasco such as the Kurt Schelling venture with the state of Rhode Island, where jobs, promises, taxes, and millions of dollars were lost. Rhode Island lived in hope and died in despair. Conversely, Wynn Resorts will be the owner, the operator, and the financier. Their financial ability is punctuated by the fact that they have nearly $3 billion in cash to build a casino in Everett. Their ability to fund and complete the construction of the casino and resort in Everett is without question. And may I add, that includes $30 million to remediate a polluted site. They have indicated their timetable for completion is 2 to 3 years, and that everything will be opened at once, not phased in over 5 to 10 years. They have been extolled by Forbes magazine as one of America's most trustworthy companies. Steve Wynn has been on the cover of Time magazine and has been cited as an outstanding entrepreneur in the casino industry. Wynn Resorts have been reported by Fortune magazine as one of America's most admired companies, and it was published in Barron's Business and Financial Weekly that Steve Wynn is one of the world's best CEOs. But more importantly, Wall Street, the ultimate judge of successful companies and financial stability, has increased the value of Wynn shares on the NASDAQ by over 600% in 5 years.
All right, Mr. Rodasta, thank you very much, sir. Ms. Brickley and Mary Boever is the next speaker. Ms. Brick.
Hi, good evening. Welcome to Everett. What I would like to first present to you is over 600 voices from over 100 Massachusetts communities and 30 U.S. states who have written letters in support of the wind proposal here in Everett.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Brickley. I am a lifelong resident of the city of Everett and a guidance counselor, recently retired from the Everett Public Schools. I'd like to take a few minutes to talk to you about why I believe the people of Everett, who voted 47% in favor of the wind proposal, 87% in favor of the wind proposal, I believe that it can be summed up in a few words: employment, revitalization, tax opportunities, and most of all, recognition. If you knew anything about the city of Everett before you came here to the Conley Center, I'm sure you know now that Everett people are proud people. My 35 years working with families in the public schools, I know firsthand how hard it is for families to survive. As mentioned, we are a poor city. 80% of our school children do qualify for free lunch. Employment for family members is not consistent. People need quality jobs with benefits that the wind proposal can bring to this city. It will help these families better provide for their families and in turn help the state. No one has wanted to tackle a cleanup at Monsanto. This city has an opportunity to be recognized for a first-class destination area. People visiting Boston will come to Wynn Everett because they've been to Wynn Las Vegas. They know the quality of these resorts. This not only helps Everett, it helps the state of Massachusetts. The people of Everett vision our downtown dressed up and busy, our small businesses thriving, and our schools not so crowded. I leave you with this thought. Revere has its beautiful beach and its busy racetrack. The people of Everett, 87% of them, would like to be recognized as having a facility that not only helps them, but also will help the state. And so I say to you, the members of the Gaming Commission, why not Everett? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I have Mary Boever as the next speaker.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. My name is not Mary, but I, with your permission, will be speaking in her place.
Surely, and Marlene Zizza will be next, so if Ms. Zizza could take the ready chair, you may proceed, sir. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is E.K. Khalsa. I serve as Executive Director of the Mystic River Watershed Association, and very much appreciate this opportunity to comment on this important development proposal. I also applaud the Commission's effort to create this extraordinary public hearing, and thank you for the time that you're taking. I'll limit my comments to those areas of most concern to our organization, while respecting that issues of traffic and impacts of gambling and impacts on local business and residential neighborhoods in the host and surrounding communities represent important issues for the Commission to evaluate and address. The focus of my review will be on the prospective impact of casino development on environmental conditions in the Mystic River. The Wynn Resort Casino project here in Everett represents an extraordinary opportunity for the proponents of this project to provide important leadership and support for the transformation of this hard-working urban river to a healthy condition. We want to applaud the Wynn Everett project proposal's intention to undertake remediation of what has been described and is a very significant hazardous waste site that until now has remained a blighted and unused parcel on the waterfront. Responsible and thorough cleanup of this long neglected site is a very important environmental benefit that can result from construction of the project. Just to give you some sense of the challenges that this site represents, I'd like to point out that, as you know, formerly owned by the Monsanto Chemical Company, this site is an abandoned hazardous wasteland which causes ongoing impairment to the Mystic River. Significant and unaddressed contamination in soils, in groundwater and sediments on and adjacent to the site include a variety of contaminants. Dissolved metal contamination in shallow groundwater is also present across the site and continues to bedevil water quality in the Mystic River adjacent to the site. The stated intention to address this contamination, to restore the Monsanto parcel, to reduce off-site discharges, and to put this important property back into productive use will provide substantial benefit to the Mystic River communities at large and to the river itself. There are a number of other environmental concerns that have been addressed by the proponents and their design team, and we appreciate their response to the recommendations made by our organization and other environmental advocates. In response to our recommendations, a larger area of open outdoor space is being provided by the public, and riverfront restoration will include what we're calling, and what the proponents are calling, a living shoreline. The proposed construction of a living shoreline at the water's edge will help to restore native salt marsh and other native habitat, and will provide an important pilot project for habitat restoration in the Mystic. In conclusion, we would like to say we're very pleased with the efforts that the Wynn Resort team has taken with regard to environmental restoration, and we hope that if they're issued the permit and license to complete the casino development, they will fulfill these expectations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Marlene Zizza, and then Peter Giannakopoulos.
Good
Ms.
afternoon,
Zizek.
Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Marlene Zizza, and I am the second-generation owner of Margie's Florist and Gift Shop on Main Street. My late mother started the business in September of 1975, and we have been family-owned and operated continuously for nearly 39 years. I am a member and past director of Everett Kiwanis, a member of the Everett Chamber of Commerce, and the National Association of Professional Women. Over the past 38 years, as our business prospered, we enjoyed the pleasure of contributing to the community in ways such as purchasing uniforms for the Everett High School girls basketball team, sponsoring numerous youth athletes, assisting the Veterans Department, and donating time and money to important projects such as the Thanksgiving Basket Drive and the Everett Kiwanis Christmas Angel Tree. Involved and supportive, I am proud to be a small business owner in the city of Everett and feel I represent an essential part of the fabric of this community. According to the U.S. Small Business Administration, small businesses make up 99.7% of U.S. employer firms and about half of all private sector employment. Moreover, small businesses benefit their communities in other important ways. For instance, a report by the National Federation of Independent Businesses found that 91% of small business owners contributed to their community through volunteering, in-kind contributions, and/or direct cash donations. The Wynn project will be a significant benefit to local businesses for several reasons. First, Mr. Wynn has pledged to utilize local suppliers for his resort whenever possible. In fact, Wynn Resorts has already been utilizing local businesses such as mine for public events. Second, the Wynn project will create 3,700 construction jobs and 4,000 permanent jobs. These jobs will provide employees with additional discretionary spending, which will benefit local businesses through so-called multiplier effects. Thirdly, the Wynn project will attract new tourism dollars to the region by creating a destination resort and attracting people from all over the world. The impacts will ripple through the local economy, benefiting all business and driving economic development in Everett and the entire region. And finally, by strengthening our local businesses, you will enhance the numerous positive effects that these companies already provide to our community. I know these sentiments are shared by many small business owners in the region. In addition to numerous letters and petition signatures we've received from local companies, I'd like to present the Commission with supporter cards from over 600 businesses from 23 different Massachusetts communities, including Revere, Boston, Somerville, and Chelsea. It's important to note that these expressions of support aren't just from businesses looking to enter into a rewards program with whichever company is granted the license. These are strong statements of support for the Wynn proposal. For instance, the language on these cards states, "We urge the Gaming Commission to grant Wynn Resorts the Eastern Massachusetts casino license. Wynn Resorts project is the best proposal for area businesses as it will generate more discretionary spending for employees, promote national and international tourism, and clean up a contaminated site that will revitalize the waterfront."
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Peter Giannakopoulos, I called. Is Mr. Giannakopoulos here? All right. Roland Hughes? Here. All right, sir, you're up. And the next person is James Massoni.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Roland Hughes. I'm a local attorney here in Everett, and I also went to Northeastern criminal justice like the mayor did. But I went into law afterwards, and I decided 23 years ago to put my sign in Everett, and the reason why are the people of Everett. There are hard-working, blue-collar people that I've gone to admire and love, and to stay here and to grow with them. And I see Wynn as a big part of that growth. Since Wynn has come here, they have become part of a good business neighbor. They've involved in the community like I am. I'm just a local business guy, but I'm also involved with the Kiwanis. I do volunteer work. I help out the mayor when I can. The people here are unique in its own way, which I think Wynn has also seen that. And that's why Wynn wants to build the casino, not only for good business, but for a good community, good neighbor. It will help Everett, it'll help the entire communities in the area, and I strongly encourage that you vote for Everett and Wynn to be together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. James Massoni and Tilly Cogliano will be next. So Ms. Cogliano to the ready chair, please. Mr. Massoni.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission Board. First, start by saying I'm not that great of a speaker, but I'll try my best. My son was a finalist on the singing show, The Voice. He did it in front of 30 million people, so I can imagine I can do it in front of this crowd.
He got it from you.
But anyways, my name is Jim Massoni. I am the owner and operator of Malden Auto Body here in Everett. My business, my business is a family-owned business passed down from my dad, who founded the business in 1947. We are located on Route 99 and are in close proximity to the proposed Wynn project. I do not reside in Everett, but most of my family were born and raised in Everett, along with myself, whom have spent my entire career at this shop. I spoke in favor of this project in April at the Boston Convention Center, and I am here tonight as a proponent. I am in favor of this project for I feel that the area of Everett has been suppressed for many years. It has been used as a workhorse for many years, with the advantages going to big companies that do big business all over the United States. These companies use Everett's convenient location, in some cases, left Everett high and dry. A good example of this would be the chemical company Monsanto. To this day, the line area of Everett is used for access to and from Boston. The roadways in this area are deplorable from all the heavy usage, the truck usage, which, by the way, have no governing rules about what time they can be used and what the vehicle may contain. The road, being a state highway, allows a double standard for its proper use. I think that the WIN project can set a precedent for this problem by bettering the surrounding roadways and making access to this area much more efficient. In my opinion, this Everett project, with its waterway access to Boston Harbor, has the upper hand to the Revere project, the main factor being the access to Route 93. The only problem I can see would be the Sullivan Square off-ramp, but at least it's an access to a 4-lane interstate highway, and unlike Revere, the only access from the south being the tunnels, and from the north being the already exhausted Route 1A and Route 16. The traffic that exists from Logan Airport would increase, causing major delays not only for travelers but for East Boston and Revere residents. It makes much more sense to have an interstate highway at your doorstep than having to get to it by way of congested 2-lane tunnels with toll gates to boot. The cards lay in the WIN project's hands. Financially, it is much stronger, and location is much better, and the development itself is much more attractive. I urge this board to vote favorably for the WIN project. The city of Everett needs this once-in-a-lifetime boost. I would also like to commend the mayor of Everett for having a backup plan for redevelopment of this area. In any event, this area will see much-needed improvements within the next 5 years. Thank you, members of the board.
All right, Mr. Massoni. I called Tilly Cogliano. I take it that she is not here. All right, then I'll call Greg Janey, followed by Edward Lucas. Mr. Janey.
Sir. Thank you, first of all. Commissioners, for allowing me to speak tonight. Good morning. Oh, good morning. You see how long I've been waiting, right?
All right.
Good evening.
We'll get there.
Good evening, and good evening to the folks in Everett and the surrounding communities. I wanted to first introduce myself. I'm the president of Janey Construction Company, a local firm that's been around for 25 years. And I wanted to talk to you tonight about 3 things. The relationship with WIN, diversity, and the benefits that will come out of that. I first would submit to you that this commission has an opportunity in granting WIN the license to assist in the revitalization of the state of minority contractors in this area. If I may, I want to provide a little background. Growth and retention of minority contractors has declined over the years, and that's in part due to access and opportunity, but the other part has to do with relationships like subcontracting, JVs, that are disingenuous and were put together for the sake of filling quotas and not put together for growing opportunities. This situation is different. WIN has done a fantastic job, and Janey is excited about WIN because they demonstrated early their commitment to a diverse program. In fact, WIN came to us not as a reaction of everything, but as a proactive approach long before the application was submitted. That was the deciding factor for our team, that they were proactive. All tonight I heard about commitment, and that's been very consistent with WIN. They've been very consistent with that with respect to diversity as well. Out of that conversation, because of their diverse leadership team, came a mentor-protege relationship between the Gilbane companies and the Janey company to construct the potential WIN resort. That's very unique, and as I said, a proactive approach. This mentor-protege relationship is authentic. It's not a front, and it represents what really happens. It has the opportunity to take firms like mine, Janey Company in particular, and launch it to a place where it wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to go. And again, that's because of WIN's commitment. It also addresses, within this mentor-protege structure, all of the challenges, or certainly the key challenges that MBEs face to get opportunities. Flexibility. Normally, you have to check all the boxes to participate. Win Team, through the Gilbane companies, have offered flexibility. Responsibility. The Janey Company is not involved and pigeonholed in a certain area. We're integrated throughout the staff, and by that, I mean executive level, project management, controls, field staff, throughout the life cycle, pre-construction to closing. Now, what does that do? That gains experience for our firm to sustain itself once it moves off of this project. That's ours to keep. It's not just bundled with this project. This program goes on for 5 years, so we have the support. It also has a financial capacity building element to it that offers training and assistance and that financial support that is often the Achilles heel for minority contractors to succeed and grow. And then finally, is that time already?
That's the time, Mr. Janey. Thank you very much. We'll be happy to take any other remarks you have in writing. We'll be happy to take. Thank you, sir.
My name is Ed Lucas. I'm a 35-year resident of Everett. I live down the line.
And Mr. Lucas, may I just say, as you start, that Manuel Vasquez Cretin is the next speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, I'm sorry. That's the next one after you.
Oh, okay.
I wanted him to come down and get in the ready chair. Go ahead.
Okay, Ed Lucas, 21 Thorndike Street. I lived down the line for 35 years, which you people probably refer to as Lower Broadway. To me, it's the line, you know. But everybody's already covered the obvious about taxes, jobs, this and that. But, you know, most importantly, to have the Wynn Resort there is going to beautify the whole area, open up the waterfront. And if you people that come up today from Sullivan Square, anybody can see coming up 99, the first thing you see when you come into Everett is the line, which, you know, we want it to be nice, not an eyesore. I'll tell you, I've been there for years, and when I first moved there, you go to bed at night, all you jump, you think you're getting an air raid. You know what? It's the stacks going off at the Edison, which Mr. Matusky talked about earlier. And when you get up in the morning, you better be prepared to wipe your car for the towels and go to the car wash. Then another time, you lay down and go to sleep, boom, you jump again. Down the street, the Schnitzer there, the polarizer, when they crush the cars, a certain amount of gas left in the tank would rattle the window, shake the house, the whole shebang. And so everything that, you know, that people spoke about, I've lived it, I've seen it, it's, you know, my front yard, my backyard, my side window. But I'm saying you can tell it's in desperate need of, you know, in desperate need of our redevelopment, and especially open up the waterfront for generations to come. You know, and like everybody already covered it all. Everybody would benefit in the surrounding area, all the retail, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Manuel Vasquez Cretin, and followed by Laura Mackey.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Manny Vasquez Cretin. I am a member of United Here Local 226 of Las Vegas, Nevada. I grew up in Mexico and I moved to Las Vegas 15 years ago to find better work for a better lifestyle for me and my family. I used to work in a machine shop with no union and no benefits. 4 years ago, I got a union job at the Wynn Casino as a housekeeper. Now I continue to work in the housekeeping department as a marble specialist. I love my job. My job consists of maintaining the marble floors, marble tops, and marble showers of the complete Wynn Tower. That's 45 floors of rooms and suites. We go in and polish the marble, crystallize the marble, to the point you can see your own reflection in the stone. That makes me feel proud when guests come to the Wynn and see the beauty of the marble design. Sometimes we work on the floor landing. We brush the grout, we polish and crystallize the marble floor. When guests see us working, they compliment us. They say, "What a beautiful marble floors." My job is to make the Wynn property shine. I think I work at the best casino in Las Vegas. I'm proud to work at the Wynn a 5-star, 5-diamond resort. Wynn Resorts respect my union. I'm lucky to have excellent wages and union benefits, including free family health care that helps me provide for my 30-year-old son. Thank you for listening to my personal experience. I want workers in Massachusetts to have the same opportunities that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Laura Mackey, followed by Ivy St. John. Ms. Mackey,
Yes, my name is Laura Mackey, and I'm...
could you speak into the
I'm
microphone?
sorry, yes, of
Great,
course.
thank you.
My name is Laura Mackey, and my husband and I own the top 2 floors of 4 Seaver Street in Sullivan Square.
If you're still missing the microphone just a little bit, I want to make sure people
I'll
hear
do
you.
this.
There you go. Thank you.
We've lived in Sullivan Square for 16 years. Seaver Street is one of the streets that bordered the Sullivan Square Park. When I tell people I live in Charlestown, generally they sigh and say, I love Charlestown. I often feel compelled to answer, not charming Charlestown, but actually Sullivan Square is a rich historical part of Charlestown. Through the windows of our home, we see the beautiful Schraft Building, the historic B.F. Tweed School Building, the Graphic Arts Finishers Building, and the Priscilla Building. Framed in our bedroom windows, we can bid goodnight to the John Hancock Building and to the Prudential Building. This is our home. With the renovation of the Priscilla Building into upscale loft spaces, I believe Sullivan Square has already begun to realize the potential to reconnect with Charlestown. I'm sure you're aware of the plans that were approved by Mayor Menino to develop Sullivan Square, including bringing back green spaces and making the streets and sidewalks safe for pedestrian and bicycle traffic, and better controlling the already congested car and truck traffic. If Sullivan Square becomes the gateway to the Wynn Casino, these plans are gone. I don't see how we can ever recover. I'm acutely aware of the current traffic problems, and I believe the additional traffic brought into Sullivan Square from the I-93 North exit cannot be managed. Thanks for your time.
All right, Ms. Mackey, thank you very much. Ms. St. John, followed by Julie Kushner.
Good evening. I'm Ivy St. John. I'm a resident of Charlestown. Commissioner McHugh, I see you have my booklet there. I have to say before I start my testimony that I am impressed with the support from the Everett community. It's been very impressive. I'm also feel heartfelt sympathy for the pollution of Monsanto and what the other polluted sites in Everett have done to the population. We have a similar problem in Charlestown. We had it over the years before the Navy Yard closed. So I do feel an empathy. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission today. Although this location requires us once again to navigate the bottleneck at Sullivan Square and the Route 99 Alfred Street Bridge, the drive is instrumental in that we can once again time how long it takes to get through the congestion and over the bridge. It's always an adventure. We are interested in Wynn, Massachusetts' presentation today, the Rutherford Avenue Sullivan Square Advocacy Group. It's a group of 53 members at the moment. The Rutherford Avenue Sullivan Square Advocacy Group has repeatedly sought detail from the Wynn team on vehicle trip data, as well as techniques and assumptions used to arrive at their projections. We have participated in 5 separate presentations by the Wynn team: August 2013, October 21st, 2014, February 4th, 2014, May 12th, 2014, and finally, May 28, 2014. The Wynn team has consistently failed to present clear and credible vehicle trip data for the Rutherford Avenue Sullivan Square or for the Alfred Street Bridge. Data provided by Wynn and his consulting team in the DEIR was complex and undecipherable to the layperson. Expert transportation consultants hired by the City of Boston found many errors in misstatements. including judgments as to the number of lanes and the misrepresentation on traffic delays. To alleviate this information vacuum, the advocacy group asked for the May 28, 2014 presentation. WIN's projections feature hour-by-hour incremental traffic loads from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Friday afternoons and evenings. The WIN team responded to that request with a discussion of the Partners Healthcare Assembly Row mitigation commitment to construct a U-turn under Route 93. That U-turn will allow access to Route 93 southbound in Somerville, relieving Rutherford Avenue and Solomon Square of southbound traffic seeking access to Route 93 at City Square, Charlestown. WIN claimed the U-turn commitment required a relook at all their traffic analysis. In our judgment, the U-turn proposal will have little or no impact on incoming traffic to the casino and our request for the hourly data Friday evening. It will only affect traffic leaving the casino. Once again, the WIN team allowed another opportunity for straightforward and comprehensive traffic information to pass. Since the middle 90s and the completion of the Big Dig, Charlestown residents have worked closely with Boston Transportation Department to improve the regional commuter roadways through our community. At the Boston Transportation's December 2012 very large and well-attended meeting. If I read fast, may I finish?
If you can finish in 10 seconds.
I can't do that. The
Okay.
community
Well,
voted
then you can-
overwhelmingly for a surface option design. Let me just give you the testimony.
That would be fine. Thank you very much, Ms. St. John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yes, indeed. Ms. St. John was good enough to provide me with her copies of plans. Let me just explain what I'm giving back to you. For the Sullivan Square Exposition Study, dated November 21, 2013. It's available on the Boston Redevelopment Authority's website. And the Rutherford Avenue Corridor Transportation Study, conducted by the City of Boston and the Boston Transportation Department in March of 1999, which is also available on the website. She was good enough to provide me with those. Thank you very much, Ms. St. John. All right, the next speaker is Julie Kushner. Ms. Kushner here? All right, Marie Tazi, followed by Joseph, I think we've heard from Mr. Marino. Yes, we have, followed by Jennifer Rossi.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Commissioners and Board. My name is Marie Tazi. I lived in Everett for 78 years, and I'm one of the 87% voters for the casino. Through all the industrial times that I've lived in Everett, I experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly of living in Everett. The good, so we thought at the time, lower the taxes for the homeowners. The bad, which we did not realize, was that all the industries were polluting our city. The ugly, we had smokestacks, oil tanks, and sulfur piles to look at. Let's make the Wynn Resort and Hotel a new beacon for the gateway of Everett. I urge you to support this proposal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Rossi has not been able to arrive yet. She had a late meeting. She's probably coming through Sullivan Square. There she is.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Good evening, Ms. Rossi. Who's the young Ms. Rossi with you?
This is my daughter, Georgie. Thank
Welcome to her as well.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing her to join me today. It's on top of her list of things to do tonight. Thank you again for allowing me to speak yet again in front of you in regards to the Wynn Everett Casino. My name is Jennifer Rossi. I'm the co-president of a nonprofit organization called the Charlestown Mothers Association, which represents 1,200 families or 5,000 Charlestown residents. Our mission is to provide programs and support so that Charlestown may remain a safe and vibrant community to raise a family. I'm here to speak on behalf of my neighborhood, Charlestown, a neighborhood of growing families that abuts Everett and will inherit many of the effects of the casino without many of the benefits that indeed I understand Everett will receive. My group has been working to make Charlestown a safe and welcoming neighborhood. Our members come to Charlestown and stay here for several key reasons. We enjoy the city and love the neighborhood feel of Charlestown. We love its history. Most like myself are a household of 2 working parents. We've chosen Charlestown because of its proximity to the city, and although it gets harder and harder every day not to sit in traffic, we just really don't want to see any more traffic in the long commutes. We enjoy the diversity of Charlestown. It's a very diverse neighborhood that many people are able to live in, and we feel it is a very unique region of Boston. What I'm worried about is that Charlestown might revert back decades because we are trapped in by traffic and left as a small island between Everett and the North End. There's very few ways in and out, and I'm sure you've heard of Sullivan Square and all the new options we've been talking about. I do realize that the casino would be wonderful for Everett. I've been to Wynn Las Vegas. I respect and I like all the people I've met with who are working on the casino project here in Boston for Wynn. I think they're all very nice guys, very nice people. But we've asked for appropriate mitigation proposals for the casino in terms of the traffic, environmental, and construction impacts on Charlestown. After many discussions and presentations, we tend to hear the same thing, and I just don't feel like the potential issues have been addressed satisfactorily for Charlestown. On behalf of the Charlestown Mothers Association, what I'm asking is that you just please consider the impacts upon Charlestown of affected neighborhood of the proposed casino, and please just ensure that the appropriate mitigation plans are presented before full approval of a project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi. Antonio Arejita? Not here. Andrew J.
Antonio Maya? Is it A-M-A-Y-A?
No, Iraheta. Iracheta. And Andrew J.
Yes.
All right, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me here. I've got to say, this is a wonderful thing, and a wonderful thing about America. I feel like I'm in a Norman Rockwell painting about the public meeting and freedom to speech. It is just fabulous. That aside, I'm Andrew J. I run the Massachusetts Oyster Project. We are an all-volunteer organization. We have about 1,000 supporters and volunteers, and we're dedicated to restoring oysters around the Commonwealth. I'd like to talk a little bit about the environmental effects of the Wynn project on the Mystic River. It's well known that the work plan and the remediation of the site would stop the acid from leaking into the Mystic. But the story of creating a living shoreline is not well told. There will be plantings, native plantings, and reeds that would reflect the way the river looked hundreds of years ago. In addition, it includes 2 acres of oyster reef restoration. Well handled, we could get 2 to 4 million oysters in that space. Why does this matter? An oyster filters 40 gallons of water a day. That's 8 of these buckets, each one of them in a single day. Imagine 2 million oysters, each of them doing that. By establishing a living sea bottom in this estuary with oyster reef, you also create a home for 100 other species that will live in an oyster reef. This includes eels, lobsters, pogies, shrimp, crabs. Those creatures, in turn, attract other larger fish, stripers, sea bass, so it improves the fishing. Academic studies have shown that oysters and oyster reef can triple the number of fish in an area. The wind proposal is historic. This is the first time a real estate development has included oyster restoration in its plans. Anyway, this is around the world, everywhere. None of the hotels built in Boston on the waterfront have included oyster restoration. So this really is a landmark piece of development and a model for others around the world. Let's see. I had an impressive conclusion. Oh, one other thing. Additionally, Wynn has committed that their seafood restaurants in their casino will be recycling their shell. This is important because recycled shell is an important tool to oyster restoration. This also is significant. There is a large legal chain of restaurants that we've been after for 5 years to get them to begin recycling their oyster shell. Wynn, who is not even here yet, is saying they will do it. So like the creation of the Deer Island water treatment plant was a catalytic moment or a watershed moment for Boston Harbor, this development could be a watershed moment for the Mystic River. And with its development, we'll see a rise in property values and an opportunity to improve the quality of this river, which currently the EPA rates as a D+ or a C-, depending on the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, Barry Hock. Mr. Hock here. There he is. Followed by Sean Boyle. Mr. Boyle, would you come down to the ready seat, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Good evening.
I'm Barry Hock, Director of UAW Mass Gaming in Region 9A of the United Water Workers. The UAW represents more gaming dealers than any other union in the country. In March, I testified at the surrounding community hearing on the Wynn application and Wynn's refusal to even discuss labor harmony agreements. Now, 2 months later, I can only report that despite further requests, the situation is the same. They refuse to discuss labor harmony for gaming dealers until the license is awarded. Wynn's approach to labor relations seems similar to its approach to some other requirements of the statute. They ask, how can we do less, rather than how can we do more to implement the statute? Here are just 3 examples. They proposed repeal of the on-site child daycare requirement. They want to weaken the pooled tip provision for dealers. And they have refused to speak with unions about labor harmony agreements. We're also quite concerned about recent news reports that state environmental officials have expressly barred any daycare facilities, homes, dorms, or schools on the Wynn site because the land is contaminated with arsenic, lead, and other chemicals that pose a significant risk of harm to health. We wonder whether there may be similar health risks for casino employees whose exposure will be many hours a day over many years. With respect to labor harmony, avoiding timely agreements is contrary to the intent of the statute and is designed to engage unions when they have less leverage after the license is awarded. When evaluating the criteria for economic development and job creation, the Commission should ask, does the applicant have current signed labor harmony agreements with neutrality and card check that cover 100% of its employees, of its permanent non-supervisory employees? According to its application and the refusal to even meet with the UAW to discuss labor harmony, Wynn's answer to that question is no. Therefore, I urge the Commission to rate the Wynn proposal as insufficient in the job creation category. Furthermore, if Wynn is awarded the license, we urge the Commission to attach a condition that requires Wynn to sign strong, enforceable labor harmony agreements with unions that cover all of its permanent non-supervisory employees, including gaming dealers. The Commission established a precedent for this when it attached a condition to the slots parlor license that requires the licensee to adhere to the wage scales provided in its RFA2 application. In this case, the statute provides even stronger protections for wages, benefits, and working conditions by requiring labor harmony agreements, which are the path to union representation and collective bargaining for workers. Although Wynn has strong relationships in Las Vegas with several unions, which you've seen represented here tonight, and say their intent is to have labor harmony agreements here, this provides no assurance that all of its employees, again including gaming dealers, will be covered. This is important because developer operators are often resistant to collective bargaining, particularly with gaming dealers, because they are the largest group and some of the highest skilled employees at a casino. The only way to ensure labor harmony is to insist that Wynn sign enforceable and neutrality and card check agreements before the license is awarded or as a condition of the award. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hawk, thank you. Sean Boyle, is Sean Boyle here? All right, I'll call then Jimmy Yakuba.
Toza.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
And he'll be followed by Peter Cocciari.
How you doing? My name is Jim Tozer. I live in Saugus. I'm president of Bike to the Sea, and I'm also on the board of East Coast Greenway and MassDOT Green Dot Advisory Board. I want to thank Mr. Wynn and his associates for promising us that they will build a trail continued by Mayor DeMaria, and
DeMaria.
DeMaria.
You must
Yeah.
talk to Wynn a lot.
I know, I'm Italian. I keep it speaking. Yeah, and I want to thank him for making the trail become useful. We had 170 bikers on our annual bike day, and you weren't there. But that's okay. We forgive you. And just to make a point that Mr. Wynn did promise us that he will build a trail to continue into Boston and fix the Somerville where people got hit by cars there. I almost got hit today by one. And he promised that he'll fix that area up. So I really want the casino to come into Everett. It'll be a big blessing for this area. Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you. Peter Cocciari. All right, William Lamb. William Lamb, is Mr. Lamb here? Yes, sir. And followed by Stephen Rocco. Mr. Lamb.
Yes, hello. My name is William Lamb. I'm chair of the Charlestown Preservation Society Design Review Committee, for whom I speak today. I spoke with you on March 26th. I have been further informed about the Wynn Casino proposal in 3 small group meetings with members of the Wynn planning team. The Design Review Committee remains opposed to the selection of Wynn to build a resort casino in Everett. As you know, the proposed casino is dependent on the transportation of the majority of its patrons through Sullivan Square and on Rutherford Avenue in Charlestown. The resulting great increase in traffic will adversely affect the smart growth, transit-oriented, and primarily residential development we have been planning with the City of Boston for well over a decade. We do not dispute the economic benefits Wynn would provide to Everett, as described at length in this hearing. But we ask you to consider these 4 additional matters. We still do not have the traffic information we've been asking for. We need to receive and be able to respond to this information that has been promised to us in the upcoming FEIR. And I note here that Mr. DeSalvio has promised that this will come out on June 30th, and we look forward to seeing it. Second, Sullivan Square modifications prior to the casino opening. Wynn has proposed to provide coordinated traffic signals and restriping of ramps and roadways in the Cambridge Street and MBTA station area. These include restriping to create 3 inbound lanes and 1 outbound lane on Cambridge Street at the traffic circle. These changes alone will not solve all of the anticipated traffic problems at the time of casino opening. For example, the Main Street and Rutherford Avenue intersections at the traffic circle remain a substantial unresolved problem. 3, long-term Sullivan Square and Rutherford Avenue solution. WIN calculates that one traffic lane in each direction needs to be added to Rutherford Avenue in the immediate Sullivan Square area for either the surface or the underpass designed to function. These lanes will significantly increase the density of traffic and the difficulty for pedestrians to cross it. They will affect the quality of life in the planned Sullivan Square area. And these lanes are rekindling pressure on the City of Boston to maintain a Rutherford Avenue underpass through Sullivan Square. Along with other problems created, the underpass would greatly compromise beneficial green space along Rutherford Avenue and development options at the MBTA bus yards adjacent to the Mystic River. We do not want to see the approved surface design abandoned to accommodate casino traffic. 4, casino building design. Apart from its praiseworthy use of the Mystic River, the WIN project has no apparent beneficial connection with its urban surroundings. The project is not located on a street where it can contribute to the life and economy of the street and its neighborhood. It is instead an oversized and isolated building complex where the design is unrelated to any buildings in the vicinity. Its 25-story high hotel tower rises above the surrounding neighborhood in order to focus on long views of the city. The design of the tower is uninspired. This project does not appear to advance the state-of-the-art in casino design as requested in the MGC request for proposals. To address some of the architectural issues with the project, we request that the project undergo a public design review process. This casino will dominate Charlestown's skyline to the northwest. We need to see the exterior of the tower with its stone facings and diamond grillwork reviewed. And we need to know the nature and brightness of lighting proposed for the site, the WIN logos, and the exterior of the building. We ask the Commission to provide this review. In summary, the WIN proposal is inappropriate.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. Stephen Rocco? Mr. Rocco here? Ann Kelleher? Ms. Kelleher is here, and she will be followed by Liz Levin. Ms. Kelleher?
No, Rocco.
No.
Good evening.
Kelleher. Good evening.
Evening.
I have to wear my glasses. It's in the evening. My name is Ann Kelleher, and I'm a resident and business owner in Charlestown. Previously, at the first public meeting, I addressed this commission and spoke of the traffic congestion and pollution the residents of Charlestown endure on a daily basis. This evening, I would like to introduce the commissioners and audience to another perspective of the traffic situation. Charlestown, 1 square mile, is home to many businesses, large and small, as well as a number of educational institutions, public schools, and a world-renowned rehab hospital within our boundaries. We welcome and embrace these partners to our neighborhoods. My focus today is on the traffic impacts to their employees and patients. As we all know, what comes in must go out. May I present a snapshot of these commuters? This poster, which I made up, depicts a few businesses, schools where people travel in and out of the community daily. We have just a few agencies I'm going to go over. The Boston Housing Authority has 44 people coming in and out. Boston Public Schools, we have 4 public schools. We have 100 employees coming in and out, 20 school buses. The Everett School has 45 employees, staff, and 12 school buses. The Harvard Kent has 582 students with over 300 coming in on a bus. That's 6 buses a day. And the Warren Prescott has 550 students and 175 a bus, 3 buses. The Bunker Hill Community College has 6 parking lots, 1,500 parking permits for staff and faculty, and shuttle buses to other campuses. And the MGH Institute has 400 people coming in and out every day on the congested Charlestown roads. The MGH parking lot has 1,300 to 1,500 slots for the people that park their car in Charlestown, the nurses,
that whoever works at Mass General main campus has to park their car in Charleston. Once they get in there, get on a shuttle bus and be in the traffic for every 15 minutes the shuttle bus runs, and be in that traffic to get to the hospital where they work. The Schrapp Center has 1,500 parking spaces for 30 businesses that come in and out of Charlestown daily. And the Spalding Rehab Hospital has 800 employees. And I didn't get a chance to find out how many outpatient people come in every single day in the ambulances, cabs, and the visitors come in all that traffic to get to the hospital for their treatment. When one adds, as you can see, we experience an influx of vehicles in and out of Charlestown during their commutes. We need to be mindful of the health and well-being of our residents, as well as those who come to Charlestown for employment or other needs. When one adds 1,000 cars hourly to this mix with the proposed casino, the picture worsens. So what are we residents left with? Increased pollution, idling cars which threaten our health, and a virtual parking lot in front of our homes, businesses, and playgrounds. Recently, former Secretary of Transportation Fred Salvucci commented on the health effects in residential areas close to Logan Airport after the Bureau of Environmental Health of the Mass Department of Public Health released their report. It stated there are elevated levels of respiratory problems in the communities surrounding the airport, particularly among people and especially children residing in Charlestown, Chelsea, East Boston, Revere, and Winthrop. This is a serious public health concern, and to think that one of two proposed casinos could well be situated in such an environmentally challenged area is unconscionable. As a nurse, to me, this is completely ill-conceived and repulsive, to say the least. When the dice is rolled at this proposed casino, there are winners and losers. We in the surrounding communities will sadly bear... Is that it?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Now, we'd be happy to take if it's written out, we'd be happy to take it.
I'll get it to you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Liz Levin.
Yes.
And Annette Tecci will be the next speaker, so if Ms. Tecci would come down. Ms. Levin, yes.
Thank you. I'm Liz Levin. I live and work at 342 Bunker Hill Street. And you've heard about how treacherous the traffic is at Sullivan Square and how difficult it is to cross even the street. And you've also heard about the importance of the redesign project for our community in terms of better traffic flow and in terms of better access to transit. So what I want to say to you simply today is that if you approve a license for Everett, that you need to make sure that our community is not a loser and that there are the appropriate assurances in it. And here's a couple that I suggest. First, that the traffic impacts are mitigated so that the traffic from the casino can work with the redesign project that we so carefully developed. And that would be really important. That the redesign project, which is vital to our community, is funded both by the developer and by the government, and it's implemented as soon as possible on an accelerated schedule. I'd actually like to see it implemented by the time any casino opens. And in doing that, you should look carefully at phasing the project and putting as the first phase Sullivan Square. The public transportation improvements are made. The T is planning to buy new Orange Line cars. We should all ask that they look at the power and the signal needs and at additional capacity, because it'd be a great opportunity to get in better public transportation that really works. And also that a Transportation Management Association is created and it's funded with power so that every year it can look at the plan and see what's happening and make appropriate adjustments. And finally, that there's more community engagement. As you heard from Charlestown, we want to know the facts. We want to understand what's happening, and that would be helpful. So I want to close by saying this. It is in the interest of everyone in this room and in Everett and in Charlestown and in Boston that the traffic flows well and that Sullivan Square and Rutherford Avenue work. And so In your case, I ask that all of you, with the authority you have, with the resources you have, and with your wisdom, that you help make that happen for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Tecci and Mark Manganiello, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is next. Ms. Tecci.
Thank you. Thank you, the Commission, for having me speak. I represent the Friends of City Square Park in Charlestown. I addressed this body on March 26th, expressing our board's grave concern over the devastation to our community with the wind project and that what it might have on the increase in traffic volume. From years of work and research, the Friends of City Square Park, we weren't always the Friends of City Square Park. We were at one time a North Area Task Force who worked very hard to eliminate traffic corridors in our area. We experienced the dire effects a major traffic corridor has on a community, as seen in the attached before and after photos, which I will give you after I speak. The City Square Park area has become a shining example of what happens when citizens and government work diligently together by driving the transportation corridor away from neighborhoods, thus creating a way of knitting the community back together with a peaceful and beautiful space enjoyed by all residents and tourists alike. With the efforts from the community, we have, along with the city, state, and federal governments, realized that a failed transportation idea should never be revisited. What is being considered here today is again a potential of a bad idea, a failed idea, that need not be repeated. Charlestown's community fabric was close to being lost because of it. We do not want to go back to this failed transportation idea that puts pedestrians at risk and limits residential and commercial development. It is dismaying that the Wynn Resort in Everett will bring traffic to a level of service F. F means failed in many ways, and that is what will happen to not only our community, but to the Wynn Resort project as well. It is not as simple as if you build it, they will come. They may want to, but they won't be able to get there from here. We feel very strongly that bringing the traffic to level F will make the Wynn Resort a failed project. Charlestown will be left with a desolate transportation corridor as it once had in City Square. Don't repeat, please don't repeat a failed idea. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Tecci. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening, Commission. My name's Mark Manganello. I'm a lifelong resident of Everett.
Could I just interrupt you for a second,
sorry.
because Andy Kim is the next speaker, Mr. Mangiello, and
Thank you.
so, now, I'm sorry to interrupt you, go ahead.
And thank you for doing a good job on my last name. I'm a lifelong resident of Everett, and I've been fortunate to actually work in Everett for over 34 years at a food service manufacturer local here that was been in the city for 100+ years. I look at the Wynn project because even though I work in the city, live in the city, I've been fortunate to travel all over the country on different business avenues, either as a member of the ASTM international committees, the CFESA food service equipment manufacturers, and NAFM. So I've been heavily involved in the food service industry on the engineering and manufacturing side. So I do get to travel quite a bit to locations all over the country, and I've actually been in other parts of Europe and so forth. But I do see what works. And one of my last trips was actually to a location in National Harbor, Maryland, which was a convention center that was built on the waterfront. And that actually spurred the idea, maybe this is something that could fit in Everett long before the Wynn project came along. I even reached out to the Gaylord National Harbor Hotel and Resort because they had the shuttle services right to Washington, D.C. And now Wynn comes along, and this is just the kind of development that I would see as a business traveler that would spur enormous amount of conventions here in the Boston area with the waterfront access. On the traffic issue, because I've listened to neighbors that are, with all due respect, I feel as though Everett has been the doormat to the growth around the city. We get the traffic, they get the rewards of the growth of the Charlestown Navy Yard, the one in Somerville there, the Assembly Row, and even in Saugus, you have this quarry. These are places that did not exist as I was growing up as a kid in this area, and they have contributed heavily to the traffic woes that we experience. So, with all due respect, I think Everett gets the doormat award, and we don't get any of the reward. So, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Ms. Kim, before we start, it's 8 o'clock now, but we only have, by my count, another 8 people. So I think we can finish this and still have everybody out by approximately the 8 o'clock that we promised. So, Ms. Kim, if you would step to the podium, and I'll call Arthur Murphy III, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm excited to see the WINS plan and the development revitalization of the city and the development that brings on the economic growth and the job creation. We are in support of WIN in the same reason for systematic and sustainable growth for minority business communities that represents and will be working with WIN. I'm representing on behalf of the Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council. My name is Andy Kim. I'm the Director of Corporate Services Group. We are a 39-year nonprofit mission-driven organization. Our mission is to significantly increase procurement opportunities between minority businesses and corporate members. We work with members to meet corporation supplier diversity goals, and I believe one of the supplier diversity goals is also in line with WIN. We have taken a look at the WIN supplier diversity goal, which is very strong. And when WIN approached us with strong and a commitment to pursue and working with us and providing the opportunities for minority business in development projects and on-worth opportunities, we were very excited. And we not only wanting to provide the opportunities only, but to really strategically partner with them to develop the growth of the minority businesses that will be working with WIN, and that the sustainable and the creation of the jobs that will bring to the table would be wealth. And so I would like to take as an example of a circle of life of a business case on that end. And I just wanted to say that our MBEs and our team are ready to pull up our sleeves to work with WIN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arthur Murphy III, and the next person will be Despina Macreades. Mr. Murphy.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it very much. I know it's a bit after the hour. I'd like to start by saying this will be a little bit different. A lot of folks have said lots of things. I'd like to not repeat lots of those things, especially lots of these stats and figures and things like that. Lots of the numbers that have already been thrown out there. I'd like to talk about things that we all have dreamt about, things about adventures, dreams. Where have we dreamt of going as children, as adults? Places that we've wanted to go. I wanted to go to Cape Canaveral. I wanted to be an astronaut. As I got older, I wanted to go to great places. When I first saw Mr. Wynn speak, when I first started watching videos, I saw him only once live. When I started seeing these things, I said, wow. I listened to what the man says, and I said, this is someone who talks about something bigger, something better, something more. I look at the city of Boston. It's right down the road from the top of the building. You can see the Custom House, and you can see certainly a Giraffe building, Immigrants building, something magnificent, and you can see Old Ironsides. You can see all these magnificent structures, and I say, of these proposals, let's call them A and 1. Let's not even say names. Take the names away. Which one befits a city that's been called the Athens of America? Really? Let's look at the arc of history just a little bit. It's kind of like that Indiana Jones movie, right? Where Indy was about to blow up that Ark of the Covenant. Well, this isn't some historical artifact in that sense. You know, the villain says to him, you can't destroy this thing. You know, this thing is history. We're just passing through it. Well, to some degree we are. I think this, what we've seen, really is history. I guess we have to ask ourselves, certainly you all do more than we do, I don't decide any of this. Is the other one really history? Is it really? Or is this history? I think we're just passing through. I think this one is the history that'll be the right side of history, that'll not just benefit the city of Everett. For a moment, hate to say it, forget the city of Everett. What's the best thing for the region, for everyone? What's the one that will really be the right thing? That the overall package is the right piece? I don't think there's any question. To me, it seems so cut and dried. Forget who owns it, forget personalities, all that stuff for a minute. To me, it just seems so clear. I did finally get to go as a kid to that place. I have photos of it. It was a lot of fun. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, when Mr. Wynn talks about things like driving around other places, flying over them, he talks about the vast majority of folks coming from other countries to go to Wynn Las Vegas. Certainly to weather the storm, that's what you have to have, right? Folks going around other places, over other places. Lots of folks have talked about saturation in the industry. Will this weather the storm for Massachusetts, for New England, better than the competition? That's an easy question, I think, but it's certainly an awful relevant one. Awful relevant. With that, I say thank you so much for your time. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Despina McCrady's, followed by Richard Elio, describes himself as a property owner.
Hello, my name is Despina McCreedis, and I'm the Culinary Arts Director at Everett High School. And you saw my students here tonight serving, and...
Thank you very much. Not only did we see them, we ate what they prepared, so...
Well, the students that prepared the food were actually students that I had probably 8 or 9 years ago, and they are business owners here in Everett, and together with my students, my present students, they served and prepared the food, so I'm very proud of them. So I started the program 22 years ago, and at that time I only had a handful of students. I was asked to start the program in Everett, and now we have an enrollment of 383 students, which we've had to turn away, unfortunately, a couple of hundred, because our space of our kitchen can only fit about 190. So as Dr. Stella mentioned about the Allied Health program at Everett High School and their connection with the Wynn Hospital and their internships, I see the Wynn project being a wonderful facility for my students also to do internships, to do job shadowing, to participate in summer programs, opportunities for advancement, long-term employment. With their 9 restaurants, or 8 or 9 restaurants, and expected millions of visitors over the years, and their casino restaurants cannot service everyone. So that means that the overflow will go to the restaurants in the area. So if there's any question about the restaurants in the area. Also, the benefits to other culinary programs. Bunker Hill Community College, which is in Charlestown, has a wonderful culinary arts program. I used to teach there years ago, and they will benefit from that. Le Cordon Bleu, which just is a newly built college, a culinary college in Cambridge, their students will benefit. Somerville High School, which was my high school that I attended, also has a culinary arts program, and their students will benefit. Medford High has a culinary arts program, Northeast Regional in Wakefield. All these programs will be able to benefit from jobs that they could get at the Wynn Casino and at what I see in the future, perhaps many hotels and other businesses coming about because of the casino in the area. So I think, first of all, I want to thank the Wynn team because they've been very gracious to our students and have invited us to their facility. And ever since I've met them in October, and we hosted an event at our school for them, it was really enjoyable, and my students had a great opportunity to serve and show what they could do to them. And also, I want to thank, the mayor is back there, for his support always for our program, and the Kiwanis and Rotary Clubs for always supporting us.
Thank you very much. The next person I have on the list is, I can't read the first name, Waldstein. Wendy Weezy Wallstein? Weezy Wallstein? Nobody responds to either. Jim Taka, the handwriting is I'm having trouble with it. All right. The affiliation for Mr. Taka is Bike to the Sea. All right, maybe he's, we had that. All right, Nicholas Cramen, followed by Kate Kennan. These are printed, they're, Kate Kennan. All right?
Good evening,
Good evening,
Commissioners.
sir.
Grateful to be here this evening to speak on behalf of the Charlestown Preservation Society. As its president, I know I submitted a letter to you a couple months ago, and I hope you were
surely
able to absorb that. Tonight I wanted to just speak a little bit more specifically then about our relationship in the presentations that the casino has offered our community. And I think you've heard others speak this evening that perhaps we have not necessarily experienced a straightforward, comprehensive, and a transparent relationship with them. And I think specifically on the matter of the traffic, it's a big concern for us. So in particular, a friend of mine was struck by a car, and there was a bicyclist killed in the neighborhood. So I think that there's a serious concern about the quality of life that we are worried about. And I think that your decision, whether or not to allow this consideration to proceed, is something that I would hope to influence this evening, so that from what we've been listening to, we're looking for more, and we're not really seeing it where we've asked several times. So in this opportunity, I think one of the things that's fairly critical about the idea of the geography of where Wynn is trying to plant the casino is that the traffic node has a prior concern. It precedes what's happening for the casino, and that's being overlooked. So I would implore you with what the Friends of City Square have said, they're an example. If Wynn is as five-star as he said he is, then we'll see something looking very much like City Square for a new Sullivan Square in the future. And you guys will be hopefully holding him to something like that, because he's made a lot of promises, and I feel that in those promises, the proof is in the pudding. So what's on paper, what's in the final environmental impact report, that's going to be the precedent, that's going to be his guide. And I hope then that what you stipulate in terms of how that dialogue continues to unfold, that at least that you are looking out for our community. In particular, I was having lunch with my son just after Bunker Hill Day, and I saw the smokestack here in Everett blinking away, and I realized, my goodness, there's going to be a tower 100 feet taller than that I'll be able to look at with the name Wynn on it in Bunker, on the memorial, on the monument. And I'm not sure that I can swallow that very well. So in terms of the sight lines, architecturally speaking, I hope that you are aware of such an impact on our community and such a significant historic element to our community. So I'm going to leave it at that, give you something to think about, and look forward to how you proceed.
Thank you, sir.
Have a nice evening.
All right, Ms. Kennan, followed by David Ella.
Hi, my name is Kate Kennan. I'm a resident in Charlestown. I'm also a small business owner in Charlestown, and I'm also a co-founder of the Friends of Sullivan Square. So Friends of Sullivan Square was a community organization we started in 08 and 09 to actually come up with planning ideas for Sullivan Square that would knit Charlestown back together. So as you know, I mean, it's pretty obvious just using common sense that the majority of the traffic to going to the casino will come through Sullivan. So if you're coming from the south, you're going to take 93 and you're going to get off at Sullivan. If you're coming from the north, you're going to get off at Sullivan, and it's the same thing coming from the west. So we have this, if you're coming from the east, you're coming from the ocean. We have a very small port, so it just got, common sense. We know how much, and we know how bad it is out there right now. So my plea is just that we had 6 community meetings as Friends of Sullivan Square before the Boston Transportation Department planning project started. And I have the meeting notes from that I'll just share with you, is that we had 100% vote, show of hands at an over 60-person meeting, that we didn't want to have tunnels through Sullivan Square, that we actually wanted to have a road that re-knit the community together. One of the reasons for this is because we have to remember all this project and Sullivan Square is all in a flood zone. If we have a hurricane at high tide like Sandy, it is all going to be underwater. And one of the problems with tunnels and changing that is that we're going to have a flooded artery coming in and out. So it's really important to both think not in human safety and welfare, and then also just thinking about the amount of open space and things that are in that area. The second thing is, in addition to our meetings that we had, like I mentioned, with over 60 people there, we also had over 10 meetings with the city of Boston, where we had literally more people than were here today debating what Rutherford Ave and Sullivan Square should look like, and we came to a decision. And it was the community-approved option that's on the table now that Mayor Menino supported. And I strongly urge the commission to consider that plan, because we have had so much 10 years of planning on this project, and really, really hope that you require WIN to actually get Sullivan Square built before the project goes in. So again, it's a gateway not only for WIN, because it's the first thing that everyone sees, but also for our community, and then it really follows the approved plan that we've already been kind of on the table with. So I really hope that you will consider that, to really, again, the biggest things is no tunnels, minimizing the width of the roads, bike lanes, park beautification, but all of that, if it does go through, to please make that mitigation a priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And these are just the meeting notes from our Friends of Sullivan Square meeting that I don't know if they're helpful, but.
Thank you. Thank you. David Ella, followed by Bob Mara.
I thought I was going to be the closer tonight.
No,
Do
sir.
my Koji.
No,
Okay.
sir. You're getting close.
You're
You're the setup man.
Okay, I'm the setup man?
Right.
Okay, I'll do my best impression. My name is David Ealer. I'm the chairman of the subcommittee on finance for the Everett School Committee. Been a school committee member for the last 15 years. As you may have heard earlier this evening, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council is expecting our growth in our student population to increase by 30% by the year 2030. What's going to happen is we're going to go from a student population of 7,000 students to nearly over 9,000 students. And by having the Wynn casinos and Wynn resorts, I don't think of it just as a casino, I think of it as a resort. They're going to come in and they're going to infuse our economy with much needed capital, because we're going to need to build a new school. If we increase our student population by at least 2,000 students, our high school that was opened in 2007 will be severely cramped and crowded and will be almost obsolete as far as the amount of population and student enrollment we can get in that high school. A school that was built for 1,800 will now have to house 2,400 students in less than one generation. And we feel that with Wynn Resorts coming in to infuse capital into our school district, we will be able to build new schools. We will be able to build an addition to the high school. We will be able to build a new pre-K to 8 school. Also, we can then, with our school system, provide opportunities for our students. As Ms. McCready said, our culinary arts programs, getting students to go into the security and making sure that they can work within the whole resort system. Looking at jobs and allowing our students and our young adults the opportunity to to get involved in the hospitality industry. Also, our college students that go away, the mayor will constantly say at graduation, please come back and work in Everett. This is going to be one possibility that students are going to have to come back to the city, give back to the city. This may only be the first thing that we're going to see in our city, but as other people have said, we may see other development that are going to bring professional people back into our city, so what they can do is they can use their professional degrees to come back and work and give back to the city that they grew up in, so that we can have a better city in the future. Also cleaning up our river. You know, I see people going along, and I see rowing teams. Our high school started a rowing team this year. And utilizing the Malden River, or people utilizing taxi services, using it under solar-powered taxi, accessing the river, not only the Malden and the Mystic rivers, but allowing us to revitalize an area that has been long not used since before the Industrial Revolution. Everett was once a thriving port city along the Malden and Mystic River, and we are now, hopefully we can regain that access to the river, and we can have people utilize the river and discover the beauty of the Malden River. I had sent a letter earlier this year. In life, first impressions are so critical. Everett Wind will transform Everett, but also the Mystic and Malden River waterfronts. What once was an eyesore and consistently neglected will now become a place where people will want to visit. The opportunity to mitigate and reclaim 40 acres of previous polluted land is the most important reason that you as members of this Gaming Commission can make to award the Region A Category 1 resort license to Wynn Everett. Our generation has the responsibility to right the wrongs of our predecessors and provide our future for provide for a better future for future generations to come. And I'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ella. Thank you. All right, Bob Ella, I think I called your name, Mr. Ella. And, no, I mean, Bob Mara, I meant. Bob Mara. It is getting late.
Thank you. We met before, back in April. My name is Bob Mara. I've worked for Cambridge Health Alliance as the director of the Everett Community Health Partnership for the past 9 years. I am a resident of the Hyde Park neighborhood of Boston. My daughter is a very hardworking and talented special education teacher in the Everett Public Schools who lives in Everett with her family, including my only grandchild, who I love very much. I am a member of Action for Regional Equity and support the testimony that's Wheezy Wallstein, presented to you yesterday, including the provision of living wage jobs for local residents of Everett and its surrounding communities, including Boston. I am especially concerned that as many jobs as possible will be available to people returning to their communities from prison, a group of people I am assisting as they are referred to me by CHA doctors and the Everett Police. I have very mixed emotions about casinos. The jobs they create are vitally important. However, I believe there are much fairer and safer ways to raise needed tax revenue. I have no mixed emotions whatsoever about one person who has been very outspoken in his support of a casino in Everett, and that is Everett's mayor, Carlo Di Maria Jr. Over the past 40 years, including 20 years as an assistant deputy commissioner at Boston City Hospital, I have come to know 6 mayors pretty well, 3 in Boston and 3 in Everett. For 7 years, I have worked closely with Mayor Di Maria, his staff, and his family on a variety of community health-related issues, including working closely with his wife to help her distribute the significant amount of money she raised for Everett's large Haitian community after the tragic earthquake in Haiti. At present, I am working with the mayor's mother, who has 2 amazing backyard gardens, I think the most amazing in Greater Boston, to help expand Everett's community garden programs. I've gotten to know the mayor and his family pretty well. What's most clear to me about the mayor is his deep love for the people of this city and his willingness to work very, very hard, day in and day out, on their behalf, in an upfront and honest way. Everett is a small city with very little separation of residents by income or color of skin like in Boston. What the mayor does as the representative of the people, he does also to himself and his family. He supports the casino because he thinks this is the right thing to do for everyone in Everett, including his family and my family. I wholeheartedly support him and hope that you will do likewise. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mara, thank you very much. And the last name I have on the list is Bruce Desmond. Bruce Desmond here? All right. Then thank you all very much. We are concluded. We will, as I said earlier when we opened it, we're not going to conclude the meeting tonight. Tonight's session is now concluded. The meeting remains open. This is the statutory meeting. It will remain open until we do close it. We'll post the notice of the next meeting at which we'll close it, but it's likely to be on August 12th. And if we can have the same facility, we'll be back here. If not, we'll be at some other facility. And of course, the location will be contained in our posting, as will the agenda. And that's for the purpose of allowing people to speak on things that have occurred, significant developments that occur between now and then, if there are any. And we'll also give the applicant an opportunity to make a closing statement at that time. So thank you all for your participation. It's very important to us, and we'll see you at the next meeting.